Good morning, everybody. Good seeing all the faces, and been looking forward to spending some time with you guys in Durban. And it's really a privilege being here. And it's also a privilege having this been done by TPT and Transnet. I can almost now be arrogant and say annually to talk to the industry about strategy and giving us opportunity to engage with them. And also, obviously, to make this available on social media, on the web, on YouTube, so that everybody can see the good work's been done. Um, for the recording, it's today the 13th of May 2026. We've been proudly being hosted by Transnet, and the theme for the event is Reinvent for Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, this event has been live streamed to YouTube, and also we have a lot of participants from via Zoom participating. So remember, don't say anything that's not in the public domain because you're on air. Okay. Ladies and gents, before we start, we've got Standard Bank as the venue partner today, and they're also sponsoring all the snacks and lunch and so on, so very thankful. So I'd like to get Mr. Glenn Govender just to say a few words on behalf of Standard Bank. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. Uh, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and a special acknowledgement of my senior Standard Bank colleagues in attendance. On behalf of Standard Bank, it's my privilege and honor to warmly welcome you to Standard Bank Centre here at Kingsmead. We are truly honored and privileged to once again host this Transport Forum engagement and to welcome such distinguished gathering of industry leaders, stakeholders, and partners into our business center here at Standard Bank. At Standard Bank, we place significant value on creating spaces that bring industry together, spaces where meaningful conversations can take place. We extend a special welcome to the Transport Forum organizers, the Transnet executive team, and delegates who have joined us today. Your presence here reflects the importance of collaboration and shared commitment across the sector. We trust that you'll find today's environment both welcoming and conducive to engagement. It's our pleasure to host you, and we trust that you'll enjoy the hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Standard Bank and Glenn. Really a privilege being here and being hosted as venue partner by Standard Bank. Ladies and gents, yes, so the program today, we're talking Reinvent for Growth. And it is obviously the entire Transnet port terminals and all the executives talking to us today. I'm not going to run through the entire program. We'll do that as we go along. But, these events, today is the 295th Transport Forum event over more than 19 years. So last month was our birthday month. No, sorry, March was the birthday month. Then we've been doing it for 19 years. So we've obviously got sponsors and stakeholders making this possible. And I would like to give recognition to these important bodies and significant organizations making the Transport Forum possible so that we all can have this platform complementary. And so there's the second part of the program. I'll get back to that just now. So there's a quick overview of our associates. So the Transport Forum has got professional industry bodies that's formally associated with this vehicle. Obviously, there are many others as well, but these are in a formal agreement with the Transport Forum. And you can see it's the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, South African Express Parcel. Let me show it like that. South African Express Parcel Association. We've got the Road Freight Association, International Women in Transport, the South African Bus Operators Association, African Rail Industry Association, the Safest Stops Association, and the Multimodal Inland Port Association. Many of these people are also present here today and making this possible. So then you can see in the center line, we've got media houses formally also in agreement with the Transport Forum. We've got the Railways Africa magazine, Freight News by Freight and Trading Weekly, Engineering News, and focus on transport and logistics. The bottom block there, we've got proud gold sponsors of the forum. That is SmartTap, Control Fleet, Global Trade Solution, Zutari, JC Auditors, University of Johannesburg, Bit Air Cargo, Kuba, Freeway Fleet Management Software, and Standard Bank, our venue partner for today. And then also important to note, obviously, is the platinum sponsor of this Transport Forum, also been part of this forum since inception, is C-Track and its advanced telematic solutions. And I would like to show you a little bit more about C-Track, our platinum sponsor. And they've got a nice little video I want to share with you.
Managing a fleet isn't just about tracking vehicles anymore. It's about intelligence, efficiency, and control. Still, who has the time to actually process all that information and make so many decisions? With multiple moving parts and a data overload, it's easy to miss what's important. C-Track's Crystal platform puts you back in control with smart, AI-powered insights. You're not just keeping up, you're staying ahead of the competition by reacting faster and smarter. Whether you manage a handful of vehicles or thousands, Crystal scales with you. From new entrepreneurial ventures to established enterprises, Crystal grows and adapts with your fleet. Because no two fleets are the same, and different industries have different requirements, you can add additional business features as you need them. Like analytics, custom AI scripts, electronic proof of delivery, routing, scheduling, and cameras, our solution offers a strong core with modular optional plugins and AI that works for you. Because having the power to predict and staying ahead isn't just smart, it's a superpower.
Indeed, the superpower Crystal by C-Track. Thank you very much for your support. Ladies and gents, let's give these sponsors a big hand and associates. Also would like to draw your attention to the business directory of the Transport Forum. For only 450 rands per annum, you can have your company listed on this business directory. Very popular. We've informed that many people get lots of exposure through this. Yeah, it's even if you're a small company, haven't got a website, you can have a web page at least through the Transport Forum. Because when people click on your directory's link, it opens up your page on the Transport Forum's business directory. We've outsourced this to Olga Mashilo, Boleng Bontle consultant. Where's Olga? I think she's outside of, oh, there she is. Olga in the corner there. So Olga is the lady that will help you to get listed. She will also invoice you directly from Boleng Bontle consultant. It's been completely outsourced towards the company as one of our BEE initiatives. So thank you, Olga, for your administration of the business directory. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the slides of this presentations and all the events in the past, in other words, almost 1,000 presentations are all available on the Transport Forum's website, and you can download that for free. Extremely powerful knowledge base in the transport sector. All right, there's a user login. When you want to open up the presentations, you need to log in first, and that's the deal. So, you know, we spam you with our emails, and then you subscribe to our website as a user, and you can download presentations. So that's the deal. It's a trade-off, okay? Right. Thank you for that. And so on the left of that website, and go back to that one, of that website to the left of your screen, you will find a user login. You log in, should you not have a login yet, then you create your own login by clicking on sign up. You create your own login script, and then you can access the website for free. And then once you've done that, you go to events and you click on downloads. It will open up a little search engine, simple but very powerful. And there are two ways that you can actually search for presentations. The one option is the top field, find by title or description. So in the top field, you can type in a person's surname or name or a date or whatever, And should you hit search, so if you type in the logistics, for example, and you hit search, it'll give you all presentations with logistics in the title over the past 19 years. Lots of information. So depends on what you type in there. Or you can use this bottom field category. You can select the day's date, hit search, and bring up the presentations of that specific day. So very convenient, but very powerful. All right, so that brings us back to our program, Reinvent for Growth. And you can see we're going to first have a few executives talking to us, orientation, introduction, setting the stage for us, and then we're going to focus on the different terminals, and we've got the different managing executives of the different terminals across the country is going to talk to us. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Jabu Madaki. He's the Chief Executive of Transnet Port Terminals, to do the formal welcome for us as host. Thank you, Jabu.
Good morning. My name is Jabu Madaki. I'm the Chief Executive of TPT. Thank you for attending this event. It gives us an opportunity as Transnet Port Terminals to interact with the industry and also bring our executives to talk about the highlights of the previous year, our plans going forward, and our areas of focus in the coming year. It's a great opportunity that Harry and Transnet, and Transport Forum that you are creating for us to be able to interact with the industry. And we're grateful for that. And we hope that we'll continue the partnership and you'll continue hosting us and inviting us in the coming years. I will just look at, briefly at the Transnet port terminals and reflecting on the previous year, the strategic initiatives that we are busy with, but the specifics will be dealt with by the specific executives. But at a high level, we operate in the different three provinces, which is the Eastern Cape, the Eastern Cape, the KZN, as well as the Western Cape. In KZN, we primarily are in Richards Bay as well as in Durban. And I think the MEs there will touch on that. And then in the Eastern Cape, we are in PE as well as in East London. Western Cape, we are in Cape Town as well as in Saldanha. But as TPT, we now operate 15 terminals. When we used to have 16 terminals, of course, now with DGT out of the stable, being operated, managed, and controlled by an independent party. That leaves us with 15 terminals that we are operating, as well as 3 inland terminals. TPT will transform from an underinvestment, volume forecast operator into a regional terminal operator of choice in the Southern Hemisphere. Through a disciplined execution of the profit-centric turnaround strategy, TPT will achieve a top 30 LCSI ranking, that is Liner Shipping Connectivity Index, and a sustainable competitive advantage. The strategy is financially viable, operationally achievable, and strategically imperative for TPT's future success in an increasingly competitive global port industry. That is our intent, quite bold, and you can see that it talks directly how we want to position TPT to be the driver of the economy within South Africa. If the criticality of that LCSI cannot be understated, because it means that we are placing South Africa to be one of the most connected countries and ports in the world. And we can do that with the investments and the transformation initiatives that we are undertaking. And you'll hear more about that from the executives. I won't touch on the others. Again, if we look at it, TPT as a terminal of choice, sorry. I mean, we've had the challenges, but some of these challenges that we are addressing with our long-term OEM strategy, where we are partnering with the OEMs so that we can create a mutually beneficial, a system where they support us, they develop their footprint within South Africa, they create new jobs, where they will employ young people that they can develop into technicians and engineers, instead of us as a country relying on some of these global companies to be flying in engineers every time when we have challenges. So this is one of the most important initiatives for us. We need to see these OEMs, get expanding their footprint in South Africa instead of just being a supplier of equipment, and then they walk away, or when we struggle with them supporting us. We have signed, in some instances, for example, a 10-year agreement with the support that extends to over 20 years, which compels them to ensure that they invest in the country. In the highlights, which you will hear from the executives, we had record volumes in different commodities, most notably in the autos. I think El will talk to that. In Richards Bay, which Sipho will address, we achieved a record year in terms of the chrome exports. In the Eastern Cape and Saldanha, we achieved a massive growth, which is also a record in terms of the manganese exports. But also in other commodities, we've seen quite a growth, a resilience in terms of us moving those volumes. I think El will touch on this, but in terms of the containers, combining what we handled between our terminals and DGT or Pier 2 when it was still under our control, as well as after it started operating from January till March, which is the financial year end. We have now handled for the first time just over 4.5 million TEUs. That's a massive growth from the previous year, where we were just over 4 million TEUs. So there is that growth, and we are really developing a system that is quite resilient to ensure that we can be sustainable going forward. And in reflecting about the previous year, weather is wreaking havoc. I think if one looks at the past few days, if you see the pictures that we are seeing, I think Salim will touch on this, but in the last few days, we've just suffered extensive damages to some of our infrastructure in the Eastern Cape at NCT particularly. Thankfully, it did not impact the equipment, so the operations will likely continue, but the supporting infrastructure, there's extensive work that we need to do to recover that. But beyond that, it's just that it's becoming more severe. I think most of you will be aware of some of the challenges that we faced at City, and El will talk to it. But just for a period between November till January, if one were to compare this last financial year with the previous one, there was a 91% increase in terms of weather disruptions. I mean, that is over and above some of our own challenges that we had to deal with. But that just shows the severity in terms of the weather. And that is why the investments that we are doing, which Dean is going to talk to, are critical to ensure that we can mitigate against these weather challenges. We get equipment, the best in terms of technology, that can be able to continue operating in some of the challenging weather conditions. The STS breakdowns, we've had challenges with that. A lot of our fleet is quite old. We are in the process of replacing this. But there is a lot of work that the technical team is doing to ensure that these continue operating. I mean, if you look at the numbers that I've just shared with you in terms of the containers that we've handled, you can see that in spite of these challenges, the operations teams continue pushing to ensure that we continue pushing. The RTG breakdowns is something that I'm hoping will be something of the past. I mean, we've done extensive investment in terms of the RTGs. In Cape Town, actually, it's a complete fleet of 28 RTGs that we've rolled out. In Durban, we are now going to be having about 18, I think, 20. Okay, yeah, not 20. Thank you, El. So that's something that I'm hoping that will be something of the past. We also, I mean, obviously, the customer behavior is something that we are dealing with, and that we need to be addressing in terms of some of these late arrival requests. I do believe that we've ensured throughout these challenges, we've ensured operational stability, because even when we had the challenges that we're experiencing in Cape Town, we could rely on the Eastern Cape operating very well. Every fruit that was diverted to the Eastern Cape, we're able to get out on time. You look at a small terminal like a PCT, for example, they handle 606% more fruits in this financial year than they did in the previous year. I mean, of course, that is also driven by the fact that we've done a minor, not a minor investment, because we've got an SGS crane that we've installed there. It's doing very well. We're getting a GCH of up to 30 moves per hour. So that shows that with the correct equipment, we do have people that are capable of operating at high levels. The NCT, same there. I mean, we diverted a lot of the Western Cape fruit to that site. And again, they handle 404%. And again, it was the same story. We're able to get it out and get it out on time. The cooperation with the customers is quite important for us. We want to continue staying close to our customers. We are not a tone-deaf organization. We rely on a lot of collaboration with the customers. We do have frank discussions with the customers where we've got challenges, where we need assistance, and where we need to change the business rules so that we can be able to continue to enable the business to continue operating. So that is quite important, and it's something that we intend continuing to do even more, especially now that we are seeing the up curve. I think it makes people be willing to buy into what you are doing and the vision that you have for the organization. Connectivity, again, we're just looking at the strategic partnerships that can improve our connectivity. But they are not only that. We've got good facilities like NCT, for example, that has a capability of doing more than a million TEUs. The same with CTCT. But you do not have as much volume as one would like to because you do not have as much cargo that is going there. So those are the kind of strategic partnerships that we want to see how we can increase the transshipments that are going to the Eastern Cape, because NCT is ideally suited for that. It's one of our deepest ports that we've got, up to 17 meters of draft. So big vessels. And I think you would have seen that we hosted one of the biggest vessels in the world from MSC at NCT. That proves that we can be able to work it. The Marine Services was able to bring it in safely. We were able to work it, and it departed safely. That was just a statement to say that we are ready to handle those type of vessels as TPT, especially in that terminal. The partnerships, I think that's it's the world that we're living in. It's our new reality, and something that we are embracing. As you are aware, the DGT transaction is now completed, and DGT is operating. As of February, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I think we have issued the RFQ for Richards Bay for the dry bulk terminal, where we are looking for a partner that will come and invest with us to modernize that terminal. I mean, we needed to turn Richards Bay from being the terminal that we need to turn Richards Bay from being the terminal that handles up to 1,000 tons per hour to be meshing the best bulk terminals. Thank you very much. Bulk terminals. I mean, obviously that will require some investment in terms of the stacker reclaimers, ship loaders. I mean, if we can move from being 1,000 tons loading rate to 3,000, 3,500, you can imagine what that does to the business. If certainly we're able to turn the vessels around quicker, we're able to create more capacity, but it's not something that we can do on our own. It's important that we do get the right partner that will be willing to do those investments and be able to scale up the operations in that place. There are other opportunities that will be coming up where we will be looking for partnerships to ensure that TPT is sustainable going forward and all our operations can be sustainable. The Transnet strategy, which of course then becomes the TPT strategy, the Reinvent for Growth strategy. It's got 3 pillars. You fix and optimize the business, transform the business, and grow the business. When we look at, I mean, fix and optimize is basically taking what we already have and ensuring that we make it work. And I think the MEs will touch on that. In terms of transforming the business, we also need to ensure that we invest in the areas that will give us the most returns. We are able to grow the capacity that we've got in the business. We invest in the technology, whether it's on our own or with the different partners. Growing the business, one of our biggest projects and one of our biggest investments that we'll be undertaking is NMET, the Ngquqa Manganese Export Terminal. This one is a new terminal that we'll be constructing that will export manganese. So again, the RFQ for that one will be coming out probably later this month or next month, where we'll be looking for partners that will be partnering with us to build that terminal. South Africa plays a critical role in terms of the manganese exports globally, but we do not have a proper facility. I mean, if you look at iron ore, for example, we've got the Saldanha Iron Ore Terminal. It's capable of loading the vessels up to 10,000 tons per hour. When it comes to manganese, we've got this old, I think, 60-year-old terminal that is loading at about 600, 800 tons per hour at best. So we need to create a proper facility that will facilitate the exports of those commodities in the country. It's something that has been delayed, but at least now we are certain that we'll be moving forward with it. That's just an example. I mean, I've already spoken about the Richards Bay in terms of what we want to do there. But we also have some of the terminals that are in distress. Some of it not because of our own making. I mean, East London is a case in point. We were quite challenged with the volumes there. But we also have a grain elevator, the Agri terminal, both in East London as well as Durban. That is another one where we see the opportunity for us to be able to modernize that and also partner with someone that can be able to invest as well as bring volumes to those terminals. So it's opportunities that we are working on that hopefully will be going public soon with them. We want to reaffirm our role as the backbone of South Africa's trade gateways, that the role that we play in the country and the economy can never be understated, and we know that, and I think we embrace that. The executives that will be coming to deliver here will be showing our role and how seriously do we take the mandate that we have been given to ensure the economic growth in the country. We want to believe that we are quite flexible, that we are a safety-driven organization, and efficiency is one of our biggest drivers. I'm sorry, maybe to steal your thunder. If you look at the auto terminal, for example, in Durban, it's got a capacity of 520,000 units that we can handle. But this year, we're just under 10,000 short of reaching 700,000 units. Yeah, 694 that we handle through that terminal. And again, we're able to do that not through major investments, but just improving the efficiencies, improving the design of the operations, on how we're doing that. And we could have, if my vessels had lined up, easily exceeded 700,000 TEUs. Pier 1 terminal is another one where we've got a terminal that is got a capacity of 700,000 TEUs. It's consistently exceeding 700,000 TEUs, again, because the people that are operating there are quite, operate quite hard. They work hard. They ensure that we maximize, we sweat the assets that we've got there. And again, we do want to invest where it matters most, where it will have the impact. Saldanha, Richards Bay, Ngqura, those are critical export nodes for supporting the minerals export in the country, and we need to ensure that they function. Agriculture, again, it's important. It's for the security of the country. When things are going well, it's easy to forget the agri sector. But when we are in trouble, you then start getting the calls right all the way from the top. We need to import this, you need to prioritize this vessel, and we need to be ready to do that. We accept it. Some of the operations that we undertake might not be necessarily financially viable or making those profits, but the country needs them to be there to ensure food security. So again, it's something that we are aware of. It's a balancing act that we do, and we need to ensure that we try and keep those operations going. And this is our weekly targets in terms of a TPT. When we say how does a good week look like in TPT, if we handle 50,000 TEUs in the containers, we handle just under 16,000 automotives in our auto terminals, 3 of them. If we handle just over 1 million tons of iron ore, manganese 354,000, and chrome 128,000, coal 158,000, magnetite 114,000, and break bulk 211,000. Again, when we achieve this is what a good week looks like for TPT. There will be ups and downs, but on average, we always ensure that every week is better than the previous week. And we always push ourselves to ensure that we achieve this. When we do achieve it, we celebrate, and it's a small step going forward in ensuring that we have met our mandate in supporting the South African economy. It's May, I think, the 13th of May. So yeah, the citrus season is about to start. That is one of the highlights of our work. So it's something that we want to do quite well. In every year that we've been exporting, we've been exceeding the previous year's record. Last year, there was a 12% increase. Again, this year, CGA has assured us that they do expect that there'll be a further increase in terms of the exports. As the terminal, we are ready to support that, but not only in terms of the volumes that will be moving, but also the efficiencies that are associated with it. Normally, when we handle the reefers, because obviously there's plugs that you connect and disconnect, you'll find that your efficiencies drop. The challenge that we've issued to our executives this year is how do we ensure that we continue with the high levels of efficiency, if, in spite of all these changes in terms of the operating model. So we want to ensure that we support the citrus. Like I said, it's one of the highlights. We measure ourselves by how well we are doing here. A few years ago, this was a period where we will be quite stressed because we knew that there's a lot that is expected of us, and we did not have the equipment to be able to deliver. And the industry will be unhappy. But in some instances, actually, they will be grateful in terms of what we're able to deliver with the limited resources that we had. So this year we're quite bullish. We are actually excited about it. We want to see how well we can do. And there's a strong competition between the terminals, who's going to get a lion's share of the exports and who will do well. So we're looking forward to that. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jabu. Excellent presentation. We're taking note that you're positioning South Africa to be connected country, to be the terminal of choice TPT. And in spite of challenges and force majeure, that you guys still handled the record cargo volumes. It's excellent. And also improved ship turnaround and increased customer collaboration. So we're witnessing that, and thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, we're planning to have a panel discussion at the end of the session today. So then you'll be given the opportunity to ask questions and so on. For the sake of time management, we keep it to the end of the session. Another carrot for staying to the end is also you might be winner of a lucky draw. There's a 1,000-piece puzzle. So it's a very nice family activity. All right, so you might be the lucky winner. I think this is a value of about 600 rands. And so you might be the lucky winner. And thank you for that. Let me just see, we've got... All right, so let me just go to the next one. There we go. So our next presenter then is Mr. Dean Moodley. He's the General Manager, Engineering Capital Projects, and he's going to talk to us about, acquisitions or equipment orders and so on. But Dean, let me leave it over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So good morning, colleagues. I think this puzzle will give us work to do, Harry. Mind-boggling. All right, so colleagues, I'm here to present exactly fall back on what our CE Jabu Mdaki has alluded to in terms of our strategy on Reinvent for Growth. One of the key enablers is we can have the most wonderful strategy, but your backing in terms of how you replace and renew your fleet will actually enable that strategy. And if you look at from when we started about 2.5 years ago in terms of plowing investments into TPT, it's really bearing fruits. It's really creating that stability. But I'm going to share some information in terms of the magnitude in which we're investing. It's a lot of money, but it's for the best of our country to enable our country. All right. So some of the things I want to cover is in terms of the investment of our fleet renewal program. If you remember the history of TPT, a lot of eras and years of disinvestment, whatever reasons they were, but we had an old generating fleet. And if you look at the technology of the modern world now, we are nearing that capability in terms of first world leading countries. I'm going to touch on what do we do in terms of the investments we're making. I mean, money doesn't come for nothing, right? You need to generate volumes, earn the money, and then invest on that money. So what are we doing in the interim in terms of ensuring there's stability in our environment and in our operations? I'm going to cover that. And then obviously some other initiatives that I'm going to share with you all in terms of how we're transforming the business from a technology enablement point of view, and also to ensure that we improve on efficiencies. So the equipment we purchase, the infrastructure that we build is to enable those efficiencies. So we make our operations colleagues work smarter, and then we can achieve those targets for South Africa as a whole. And then I'll have some closing remarks on our fleet renewal program. Okay, so the slide in front of you guys is the investment that we have done in around 2.5 years backwards to now, to date. If you look at the magnitude of how we went in to stabilize our container terminals, if you look at globally the trend of how everything has become containerized, right? From bulk minerals to whatever that we actually move via containers. If you look at all those things, you see exactly where we focused and how to stabilize the environment in the container sector. If you look at all the critical equipment that we changed, if you look at haulers, from haulers to ship to shores, to RTGs and reach stackers, these are all critical equipment in our container terminals, and all of them serve purposes around the operational efficiency areas. We alluded to around RTGs, just one RTG for us at a cost of 48 million per RTG, right? It's huge investments. We've managed to renew the entire fleet in Cape Town. We're currently finalizing the renewal entire fleet of Pier 1 in Durban. And those are, and all of us know that we are in a complementary port system. So we are strategically changing these fleets so that every port complements the next port within the vessel calls. So that's how we are enabling our environment. If you look at the areas that we're focusing around Durban MPT, is to enable also the traffic that's flowing around the MPTs with reach stackers and those type of things. So there's a lot of investments that we went through, and we've already installed these things, and they are operational and assisting us in our growth strategy. In terms of upcoming equipment that we are sourcing, these are now currently in progress. So they're going to be very soon in this financial year enable the terminals. We're going to commission these pieces of equipment that's coming in. If you look at straddle carriers for the Eastern Cape region, this is one of our areas that we had a lot of focus on to enable the environment in the Eastern Cape. And I mean, I just want to give you all an estimate of what the age of these equipments were. I mean, in PECT, we're running straddles that's just around over 20 years old. Now, if you look at the life of a straddle carrier, right, it's around 10 years, 8 to 10 years. So we double the age in terms of utilization. So that shows you the hard work that the engineers, the technicians have tried to maintain on these equipments to make sure that we're operating a regulatory environment, a safe regulatory environment. So these are all container handling equipment. So it must comply to legislation, legal requirements. So you must know the work that these guys have done in the last 10 years to keep these equipment safe to operate as well. So there's wonderful work that the team has done. So we are changing those pieces of equipment. And if you look at the rest of the equipment that's coming in, what's important is obviously the remaining fleet that must complement Pier 1 in Durban terminals. There's 4 RTGs. That has also been expedited to now complete the entire fleet of 20 RTGs to enable Pier 1 from 16 to 20. This is the strategy. So every organization has, if it has a plant, it has a maintenance strategy, it has a fleet management strategy. These principles that the teams have employed is way beyond the original equipment manufacturer strategies, right? So originally you would find that whoever designs this piece of equipment stipulate a life end to an equipment, right? But the engineers and the fleet managers and the design guys that worked on these machines are currently enhancing the maintenance strategies and the asset refurbishments to make sure that they last us to a point where we can actually replace them with new machines. Okay, so if you look at the list of areas that we've numbered over here, this is critical areas that we are focusing on. Pier 1 right up to PCT, NCT, PMPT and PMPT, the BOT terminal. Remember, our CEO has mentioned the construction of the new manganese terminal called NMET. Remember, PBOT is around over 60 years old. We've got strategies in place right up to a point where we will realize NMET, and then we'll decommission the old terminal. So those are the hard work that the guys are doing to ensure that we can still export manganese through the terminal. Yes, it is of slower throughput, around 800 tons per hour. But with the new terminal, we expect higher volumes to go through that terminal. So efficiencies will threefold. So we're looking forward to that coming up very soon. Just on the container sector. Now, when you buy pieces of equipment, we don't buy like for like. Technologies have evolved in the country. We talked about wind mitigation. If you look at our terminals currently, what they are facing, the entire industry is also, not only our port terminals, but a lot of other industry players in terms of the area. The climate change is really giving us another area to look at. And it changes the dynamics in our entire organization, from ICT, operating methodologies, models, and the type of equipment we invest as well. Now, if you look at the technologies that we went out for, all these equipments that we have invested in are enabled for these type of mitigations, especially around wind. We are able to operate at wind speeds just stable. Normal operations around 90 km per hour, 90 kilometers per hour. And if those of you all haven't felt what 90 kilometers per hour feels like on a crane, I wish you guys, you can come and visit us and we'll take you all up to that crane and then you'll feel what 90 km per hour feels like. So imagine if an operator is sitting there at 90 km an hour, right? So we mitigated those things. So we can operate safely at 90 km per hour, and we start to delimit the equipment around 100 km per hour. So it starts to go into creep mode, but we still can operate, but operate safely at around 100 km per hour. Okay. Now, leading to that point as well, what we did, we cannot have an operator holding on to his controls and everything for dear life at 90 km an hour. So we are going to an era of which is leading in the world now. Things are evolving in the container sector in the world to remote operations. So whereby we have these equipments out in the terminals at the quayside and at the yard, and we can operate these equipments remotely in a safe environment like how we are sitting inside this room, where there's controls for just like how the cabin looks in the equipment, and how it operates and feels. We have that technology available, and we are busy with a project now to actually remote 2 pilot sites. That means Cape Town Container Terminal and Pier 1 from a remote capability point of view. So which means we can utilize our equipment at full design capability. So that will give us the momentum where we would now feel unsafe around 67 kilometers per hour to around 72. We can take it further to around 90 to 100 km per hour. That gives us a huge clawback from our operations point of view. Okay, but it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of change management. The philosophies change. We're dealing with human beings. There's a lot of work that's involved in that to get the people to operate from a remote capability point of view. But we've got it in our targets. We've got it in our project plans. And very soon, we're going to open and launch the remote operation capability of all our equipment. Okay. So this is typically, I'm not going to go through the slide, I'm going to brush past it. So we did a feasibility study around us implementing remote operations and what are the benefits to us as an organization and to the country. And we've done all that, and everything, all the check boxes have given us the result that to really enhance the benefits from the investments we're making, we need to go this route. Because to actually operate our equipment still and switch off around 65 to 72 km per hour, we're not going to reap the benefits of these equipments, what they're capable of. So that's our strategy going forward, and we are going to implement these things. And you'll look at some pictures where you typically have on my left, a driver typically sitting in the cabin versus an entire control room environment where the operators now sitting behind a desk with the controlled joysticks and all in front of them. So these are further pictures that I'll show you exactly on the concept. It's no more a concept, it's actually in our plans. And you'll see the desk on the far my left. That's what the desk will look at for an operator now. And everything, even from the chair as well, or that he sits on, is linked to the equipment. So if he bumps the cell guide or he gets a vibration on the machine or whatever it is, he feels it on the seat. So that's the reality. So those fundis who likes PSPs and the joysticks, so those are the type of era we're going for, right? And then also from a SD point of view as well, and from a giving back to the country as well, from an employment point of view. So the type of people we're looking for now is those youngsters that are good at PSPs. If you look at yeah, P5s now, right? Yeah, Blu-rays, and if you look at also the disabled, the disadvantaged in terms of the mobility and those type of things, now you can actually employ people with disabilities to come and operate in a control environment like that. There's huge capabilities for us from a growth point of view. Okay, so that's what we are enabling. So in closing, this is our plan for the next, what's it, 5 years. We've got the plan built out to stretches us to 10 years. So if you look at all the types of critical equipment that we showed on this is our fleet plan. We normally, there's principles on my right that we do in our fleet plan that we take into consideration. So there's two important factors in our fleet plan. So remember, with all the things that I've mentioned from an engineering point of view, that we refurbish our equipment to take us past end of life, because these type of investments is huge capital costs. So we need to stretch our assets and utilize our assets at the fullest. But these are the numbers that we have in the upcoming 5 years for replacements. And a lot of them, especially with what our CE, Mr. Ndaki, has mentioned in terms of Richards Bay PSP, typically where we would have to replace equipment, we will take it on a year-to-year basis in terms of the ways and pros and cons between refurbishment and replacement. Because remember, our intention is to renew the equipment so that we get full mobilization of the entire area or the terminal in terms of productivity levels. So that's in my closing. So there's a lot of work still to come. There's a lot of investments still to come. And we've got these things also on our corporate plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean. We do not always think about only the output of equipment, but also keeping the people safe operating them. And doubling the lifetime of equipment, I think it's significant. It's very good work you guys are doing. And then 90 to 100 kilometers per hour. So that must be rough, standing still. That was really tough. It reminds me of the story that this oak was on a train traveling from Johannesburg to Cape Town, but he needs to get off at the R. And obviously him and a friend of his had a few drinks on the train. And the train approached the R, and this guy was hanging out in the wagon, and the platform was approaching. But what he didn't realize is this train is not stopping at the R. So he's hanging out, and he saw the platform, and his friend was standing behind him. He said, "No, this guy must not, he must get off now." And he gave him a kick. So he made this dive onto the platform. You can only imagine at 100 kilometers per hour, he connected this gravel. And he made a few flip-flops and skin and blood and everything, but he had sort of comfort, he thought by himself, breaking the end of the platform was approaching. So he thought by himself, at least I made it. I'm at the R, I made it, great. And at that stage, the last wagon passed by and a guy was hanging out and he picked him up by the collar and said, "My friend, you almost missed this train." So, anyway. All right, ladies and gents, I just want to get this one going here. So our next presenter then, and talking about the tacky eating the tar, is we've got Mr. Lance Pullen. He's from the South African Association of Ship Operators and Agents, and he's going to talk about key achievements by Transnet over the last year, as well as a few recommendations and a way forward. Thank you very much, Lance. Looking forward to your presentation. Let's give him a hand. Stay here.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, thank you very much to Harry and Transport Forum for having this forum today. And thank you very much to Transnet for including SOSOA in the lineup today. Do appreciate it, and it's really nice to see SOSOA engaging with the industry and the wider South African economy on a regular basis. So thank you very much. Last time, Earl, Jabu, and myself, we shared a stage. There was a lot of singing and dancing. So hopefully a lot less singing and dancing today. I don't want to embarrass myself again with more dancing, especially without a few drinks. When Willie asked SOSOA to participate in this presentation, Peter and myself got together and we sat and tried to figure out how best to do a presentation. Peter said he's going to use AI. So I thought, damn it, there goes my opportunity. So Peter did a whole lot of AI stuff, and then obviously I couldn't use AI, so I had to do it manually. So we've kind of gone in two vastly different directions. But then at the end we said, okay, who's going to do the presentation? So then we had to do a dance off. I lost, so unfortunately I'm here today, but thanks very much. So from a SOSOA perspective, we look at the performance of Transnet through the volumes that go through the port. So in terms of vessel calls and then the actual cargo volumes. So today we want to provide an objective review of how Transnet has performed over the last few years, and we want to see then how that's going to translate into future growth, because I think that's what we want to get to, is reinventing for growth. So just a word of warning, this presentation has no AI in whatsoever. It's stripped down to the absolute bone. It's literally the bare bones, so the opposite of AI. Just a warning. Okay, I'm going to start. Sorry. Oh, sorry. No AI. I told you, no AI. Yeah, no AI whatsoever. Yes, gives me excuses. Okay, so this first slide that we're going to look at is total vessel calls by port and by year. So I'm going to maybe have to. Oh no, this thing's in the way. Ah, damn it. Yeah, that's my favorite thing, is these laser pointers. But anyway, so in the top sort of far left-hand block, we can see the far left-hand one is actually 2019. So from 2019 all the way to where it says minus 423, that is 2025. So this is total vessel calls from 2019. There's 423 less total vessel calls in the year, and this is calendar year, than there was in 2019. So roughly about 35 vessels less per month. Okay, so there's a lot of good things that have happened, but we also need to look at where we've come from. So yeah, a bit of work needs to be done there. Then if we go down into by port, we can see Durban is still very much the big dog on campus, but it has lost a little bit of size, obviously focusing too much on aerobic exercise. It's dropped down to minus or 314 less vessels per year. And then Cape Town has been a different story. We've seen a big growth there. And the one that's been quite nice for me to see is Eastern Cape. We see this continuous growth from Eastern Cape. Ngqura and Port Elizabeth have both grown in terms of vessel call volumes, so vessel calls. So it's really good to see that consistently. Richards Bay, bit of a work in progress, and I'm sure we're going to touch on this. So look, it's not all doom and gloom. There's a lot of good things happening there as well, but we have to be cognizant of where we were, and then we can move forward. So a bit of a big decrease there. So less than more than 400 vessels a year less. And that translates into the volumes. East London and Saldanha Bay relatively flat. So A lot of good investment that's coming, and I think that's when we'll start to see that growth in the future. But we've got to start somewhere. So that's how the vessel calls at all the different ports. Cape Town, I think the growth has been driven primarily by the Red Sea crisis. So a lot more vessel calls, but is it really cargo related calls? Is it just coming for bunkers and crew changes, or is it doing a bit more work? But still, it's exceeded what it was in 2019. So good to see that from Cape Town. Not always just doom and gloom there. Okay. Then, if we break this down into a little bit more detail, uh, out of all the vessels that call South Africa, probably about 33% are bulk vessels. So bulk is actually the king. Then containers about second, about 20%. Then we're looking about tankers, which is about 14, 15%. Ro-Ro only comes in like 5%. Then you've got a mix of all sorts of other types of vessels, lots of bits and pieces. They're all very important, but subsectors. So I'm going to go down into bulk then. So if we look at bulk, as I said, stripped down to the basics, nothing there. If we look at bulk specifically, we can see that Richards Bay and Saldanha Bay are generally the main drivers of bulk volumes. Durban's still in there, but we can see this, what I call a lowercase T shape in Richards Bay, where you can see it's dropped quite dramatically. And I think we all know what's happened there. We've seen all the long truck queues waiting outside Richards Bay. I generally avoid to go to Richards Bay because of the traffic. I'm sorry, but it's the rail. The rail has had a huge impact on the port operations. So we have to be fair to the ports and say, look, without the rail, you just cannot get that volume through. I mean, they're loading about 100,000 tons per vessel. You think a tipper truck takes maybe 35, 40 tons. It's a lot of tipper trucks versus one train that's taking 100 wagons. So it's on a different level. So rail is something that we mustn't forget, and that's something that's very important. It's going to drive a lot of the terminal growth and port growth is the rail connectivity behind it. Durban's seen a bit of a decrease as it's kind of shifting more towards cleaner products. So we see more container growth and Ro-Ro volumes going there. Nice to see Coega growing so quickly, and good to hear that there's Coega or manganese export terminal coming on stream. You'll see it in the volumes. They do the cargo volumes. They do a lot of vessel calls, but the cargo volumes aren't even close, and it's because of that load rate. So there's a lot of good things to hear that is coming through, and we're looking forward to that. Okay, if we then go into containers, because I think that's what a lot of us deal with on a regular basis, is the container volumes. So we can see if the far left-hand block is 2019, we can see quite a big decrease across all the ports, except for Port Elizabeth. Bit of an outlier there. But Cape Town's seen a massive decrease in container vessel calls, but it's slowly going in the right direction. Durban's seen the same, but very good recovery. These are calendar years, so it's slightly different from Transnet's 1st of April to 31 March. But Durban has exceeded, in 2025, exceeded 2019 vessel calls. So well done to Transnet and the container team for that. I remember those dark days back in, I think it was October 2023, and then people were flying in helicopters to go check out the outer anchorage, and I don't know why, but yeah, it was unusual times, but well done for turning that around. And Ngqura, like we said, a lot of potential for transshipments. Huge opportunity for transshipments there. South Africa, we're very well positioned in the global economy, and we could be taking even more advantage of that. Cook is the one to go for. Okay, but good to see the almost full recovery from 2019 levels. But we also have to remember that other countries would have continued from that 2019 level onwards. So although we've caught up to where we were 6 years ago. So we have to remember that the world has moved ahead. So we have to just keep going and maybe speed up a bit. So not a bad thing. It's a good challenge to have. We can win World Cups. We can do this. So, okay, that's containers. And now I'm going to look at total vessel calls year to date, because I think it shows a slightly different picture. almost, or actually exceeded most of the previous 2019 calls on all ports. So really good to see Eastern Cape growing. Richards Bay still a bit of work, but I think it's mainly rail driven. And then Durban kind of exceeded, and Cape Town's done really well. So good to see. The second half of the presentation, we'll look at the cargo volumes, because vessel calls is one thing, and then we want to see how much work are those vessels doing, give the total picture. And Saldanha Bay, a bit flat, but I think with all these investments, you'll start to see the volume, the number of vessel calls increasing. If we drill down into specifically containers now, because bulk is very similar to how it was, so I don't want to show that again. If we look at container growth or container vessel growth, year to date, Jan to March, doing really well. So it's just Cape Town needs a bit of work, and I think Port Elizabeth, it's more operational. The shipping lines aren't calling as much, those sort of things. But great to see Durban has exceeded its 2019 history. So well done again to the terminal. You guys are doing a good job. I know it's a lot of hard work. Hairlines are struggling, but no stress. But okay, so really good to see on a Jan to March basis. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's keep it going. Okay. As I said, no AI, nothing, no help. So stripped down to its basics. Okay. Now we're going to look at cargo volumes. So cargo volumes, vessels give us one half the picture, cargo volumes give us the other. Like I said, bulk is the main driver of volumes. And now we see the difference between Richards Bay and the Eastern Cape ports in terms of that load rate. Richards Bay is massively bigger than pretty much anyone else other than Saldanha Bay. So Richards Bay is so critical to the country's economy, and we mustn't forget that. We need to support them and make sure that the rail is working, because that we all benefit. Tax revenues, all those nice things. Looks like the recovery is going well, and this is full year, so it looks like the recovery is going well. But I think those rail investments and that private partnerships on the rail will make a huge difference there. So we're quite excited to see that coming in, and I think then that'll really bring it up over the 200 million ton a year mark. Well, I think the target is 250 or something. It's even higher. So yeah, Durban bulk has sort of eased off a bit, and I think that's a strategic decision to rather shift towards cleaner cargoes. Okay. Now, if we look on a year-to-date basis, we can actually see the progress in Richards Bay and Saldanha Bay. So this is Jan to March, and we can see Saldanha Bay has done exceptionally well and exceeded 2019 levels. So obviously those investments are starting to pay off, which is really encouraging to see. Richards Bay, also good to see this turnaround. So well done, keep it going. Want to take that to another level, hopefully as well. Okay, that's just bulk year to date. Now I'm going to look at container volumes. So we saw fantastic growth in container vessel calls. Now if we look at, these are full container volumes. These total container volumes. So if we look at total container volumes, you can see since 2019, although there's been more vessel calls, the volume has been relatively flat. And I think this is what these gentlemen are going to talk about today, is that when you bring the efficiency and the operation improves dramatically, which it has done, then it creates opportunity for more cargo to come into the system. And it does take a bit of time though, because container shipping is liner driven. So that means you have 8 or 9 vessels going in a circle, like a bus schedule. But those decisions are made 2 to 3 years in advance. So a shipping line is not going to say, okay, fine, we're going to bring 8 vessels to Durban now because the last 3 months productivity has gone up. They're saying, well, we have to think 3 years in advance. We have to get 8, 9 vessels. That's going to take some time. We then have to make sure that we've got partners and there's cargo for it. So consistency is what will bring liner services back. Keep the consistency. I know it's hard every day, doing those push-ups, going for those steps, Adrian Gore on your case, but that's what keeps you going and it allows you to achieve those high level numbers. So consistency is going to be the key in the liner sectors of the port. Look a bit underutilized. Port Elizabeth going okay. Cape Town, it's low there. This is then year to date versus full year. So we can see pretty flat. So, but we see the year to date is actually quite increasing a little bit, which is good to see. So that's the first 3 months of the year, Jan to March. So we should be on track for a spectacular year. So I'll have to work on my dancing and singing for later. Okay, Sister Bettina. Okay. Now, if we look at these are RoRo volumes. I think we have to show RoRo volumes. I know it's only 5% of the total vessel call volume, but RoRo has done a really, really good job this year. And we can see how the split between the different ports looks. So we can see Durban is very much in charge when it comes to RoRo. And they've had a spectacular year. So credit to the team for doing a great job there. I know it hasn't been through capital investments, it's just been through human sweat, which is really good to see. So please keep that up. I know the topic we're talking about is reinventing for growth. So how do we take this positive momentum and redirect it into more volume? And I think this is some of the ideas and suggestions that Sasol wants to put forward is transshipments. I think transshipments is the key. We need to be pushing transshipments as much as we can. We've got some increasingly more dangerous competitors coming to South Africa. We've got the likes of Walfish Bay, and there's Port Louis around the corner, and they're picking up a lot of bunkering volumes that we're missing out on a bit. And we've got Maputo around the corner that's also starting to invest quite heavily. So we simply cannot afford to rest on our laurels. Maputo is offering transshipment terms of things like 28 free days. So you can see how keen they are to get business. So that's what the competition is doing. And we have to remember that if that's what they're prepared to do, we have to kind of match that. So that's where maybe it's worth looking at Port Elizabeth. How can we do more with Port Elizabeth? We see the Eastern Cape ports are very consistent. They do a great job. It's actually on a closer sailing voyage, so ships don't have to divert as much. Durban's a little bit out of the way, but yeah. So maybe transshipment hub, global transshipment hub for RoRo as a suggestion. Now with the Red Sea crisis, all RoRo vessels are going via the Cape. So cars that are built in India and China don't have an advantage to Europe anymore. They have to come via where we live. So our manufacturing here has an advantage. So we must use this. Let's take advantage. All RoRo cargo could come to Port Elizabeth, transship it there, do some minor data dotting, some other things, maybe sub-assembly, and then we can ship it to Europe and American markets. So that's where Reinvent for growth. I think this is some ideas we can start putting forward and sharing. And maybe on the transshipment side on containers as well. Those are just two small suggestions we can put forward. But otherwise, I think on the whole, I'm just going to go to the last one, which is RoRo year to date, because they've also done a really good job. So we can see on track for hopefully more records. So as I said, reinvent for growth. And I'm going to leave it with two additional words to add to your slogan. Reinvent for growth through excellence. Because I think excellence in everything you do, the small little things every day, making sure that your desk is clean, your inbox is clean before you go home, and the terminal looks good, and you go home. Those little things make a big difference. So reinvent for growth through excellence. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lance, for the objective view, and we can echo, keep the momentum going. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So, ladies and gents, I think let me bring up our program for a change. So there's the program, hopefully, yes. And so we had the introductory, the stage has been set, and now we're going to move over and we're going to talk about successes of the past year, immediate readiness plans, and strategy for the next 2 years. And we're going to talk to the executives themselves from each terminal. Thank you very much for this excellent work and sharing with us with the Transport Forum. So our first executive we're going to have at the podium here is Mr. Earl Peters. He's the Managing Executive of Durban and Cape Town Terminals. Thank you very much, Earl. We've been looking forward to this.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone. I must say, in particular, the words is encouraging that came from Lance. You know, the one thing is when we praise ourselves and there's self-praise. I was sitting there and I was thinking, 2023 is correct. It was a very coming and sitting in the same seat, and we had to come, not account, but we had to share what it is that happened and how it is that we together actually going to move out of the congestion that we saw then. However, today is very different. It's 2 years on. Well, it's about we're going to 3 years. And what was great about, most probably in terms of the structure and how it is that was done by Transport Forum is that you've actually had the verification valid and the audit that has been done on our performance. So the assessment has been done. I think the report card is good. So now we will share the plans. It was independent. So thank you very much for that, Lance. You know, it's always the customer, it's the voice of the customer, but the stakeholder that provides that feedback. So myself again, Earl Peters, a managing executive for Cape Town and for Durban terminals. I'm also getting used to the site. My CEO many times he reminds me it's Durban plus Cape Town terminals now. So yeah, so that was effectively from February of 2026. Yeah, so thank you very much. What I must saying is that as the story unfolds is that, so we will touch on particularly the 8 terminals that I have, the performance that we've seen during the previous years. So I won't necessarily delve into that. The C is very much covered that aspect in terms of, you know, what it is that we had to deal with in terms of the prevailing operating conditions. They were challenging, but also what really went well. Where it is that we could tap ourselves on the shoulder, and not so that we've done it on our own. Part and parcel of the success that we've seen for 2025, 26 in our financial year. What really stood out for me is, and what we can see is the foundation we built in 2023 was one that said that we collaborated together in order to, in actual fact, to see the end. And we can see that build, and the numbers are showing that. In the past, it was really a Transnet story. It was what we've done on our own. And what we have realized is that through collaboration now, is that we can exponentially improve and expedite, particularly accelerate the improvements that's coming through. There's a lot of good ideas out there. There's a lot of support out there for Transnet, in particular for the industry. There are many industry players, sectors, stakeholders that stepped forward to saying us, have you thought about this? And we have taken all of this on board. You know, it's there's many things you talk about constructive criticism. We've moved away from that. We're now receiving constructive feedback. We are also very honest and we candid in terms of what needs to be done, that we grow together. There's a lot of pain. The records that we will share with you is that I think if you speak to the automotive industry, we've celebrated the record-breaking performance, but it came with a lot of pain and comfort and growth. Unfortunately, they're not in the same sentence. Unfortunately, the two can't exist in the same line. So, but with pain, there's growth. In actual fact, our CEO many times tells us the story, and that, you know, he does it very well, particularly the eagle, you know, in terms of our transform. So yeah, it was very much that pain that we've gone through, if anyone has read that story. But let me proceed in terms of the presentation. So just for Durban and Cape Town terminals, I think this is covered. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's really the Pier 1 Maidenhof terminals, the car terminal and the MPT. And then in Cape Town, you have the multi-purpose terminal and the Cape Town container terminal. Let me start off with the Cape Town container terminal, you know, because we assume that everyone knows what these terminals do and how it is that they operate. The Cape Town container terminal, it's an agricultural hub. It supports and enables the economic growth, particular, and support the economy in the Western Cape. If you look at the agriculture now, this is also a sector and an industry that has plus minus in excess of 200,000 jobs, people that it supports. And from what it is that we've learned is that each of those individuals, if you look at the multiply effect, is 20 to 1. So if you really need to appreciate the role that we play, we certainly want to ensure that we are globally competitive for those that we compete against. There's the Perus, there's Canada's. So there's so many sources of supply, and everyone is starting to improve their agricultural produce. South Africa stood out in terms of this area. What is still keeping us ahead of the curve is the quality of our fruit, because I asked the question, so where's the growth still coming from? They love the South African quality that it is that we produce, and the variety that we produce. I didn't know in Britain, they like the small apple, it must be 2-3 chunks. So in terms of when you eat the apple, I couldn't understand this. You think always a large apple is a better apple. No, in Britain, you want the small apple. So we've walked this path through the various process that we followed through Gamba walks, because we needed to understand each other's business. The multi-purpose terminal, very much complementary as what Dean has indicated. When we went through this difficult patch in Cape Town Container Terminal, this is a terminal that supported the container terminal very well. It's guarded, safeguarded in a corner, but with the mobile cranes and technology that we've procured there is really what assisted us that we could actually work gearless vessels. And also, support that came from the industry and willingness to work at a different terminal. I have to commend the industry as well. This is when we collaborate in terms of how do we turn vessels around. Because South Africa needs to win. It's not who's right and wrong. If we lose the produce, in this particular from the farmers and producers, it takes an exceptionally long time to regain the trust of those that we actually serve. If you're a risk factor, they will build up, and we've seen it now is that certain places, they no longer draw from South Africa. They will, for like an import of that, where you see this gap growing. What we can see now is with the stability coming in is that there is a confidence again. We've actually had to meet with the those that purchase produce from us, the Tesco's of the world, the Morrisons, they buy from us. So it wasn't the shipping line, it wasn't the local government, but it was actually the entities that was purchasing this and serving the consumers. And we shared the same plans with them, because they said, how do we de-risk what we see in the news, in the public domain, vessels arriving, produce arriving late. Vessels have to arrive on time. And we're working much closer to that. In the Durban environment, so we are Durban Container Terminal, which is now Durban Gateway Terminal, until the end of December. We touched on particularly the reefer season. We've seen the highest growth in the past reefer season coming through Durban. The Durban Container Terminal had a 32% growth for last year in the reefer. So we've really, the foundation that we've set is demonstrating the investments that we've made, but also the improvements that we've made in terms of how do we optimize our processes, the collaboration, is that as an actual fact that we got through a reefer season that everyone was worried about. There was indications of 25% growth. In actual fact, when we closed out the season, there was 32%. So that creates reliability into the market, and that is what those that source from South Africa are looking for, and the consistency you were talking about, Lance. The automotive terminal is the largest terminal in the sub-Saharan Africa on the continent. And the ask is really, how do we get to 2031 to handle 1 million FBUs, fully built units? This is a sector that we also keenly know that we need to support. There are 3 major exporters in the country. We want to keep it that way. Sorry, 4, because we've got the East London facility as well, plus 5, sorry, and there's 2 of them. I'm thinking about Durban now, so I'm thinking about my area. But as TPT, there's 2 other large OEMs in the TPT stable that we support. Following analysis that the number of OEMs that we now serve is 19, and we started with 3. So same facility, same footprint that we are serving, the different type of models that's coming into the country, and we're starting to see the swing from exports to imports. In actual fact, they're starting to come closer to each other. However, there is concern for it, but one of the OEMs, in actual fact, took the award globally as the best manufacturing plant, and it's a German OEM that took that being produced. So in actual fact, we have a couple of models that is globally produced in South Africa that is being exported from our shores. And this is, well, obviously, this is support that we do provide to those industries. They also indicated that whilst others saw a downward trend, they in actual fact feeding into the US actually and the Europe, they had close to 42% growth on export unit. You can read about that. I'm not going to today do the marketing and pitch for that. So it's, but we are certainly building on that. What this has really helped us is that it's costly to invest in a automotive terminal. So we are working and we're optimizing to try and get as much as we can out of the system. Where it is that we've really see where this came together is that it needed a change in mindset from those that we serve, including our customers. Many of our customers were set in terms of how the logistics are set up, and we now needed to realize vehicles that come in needs to leave within 24 hours. Our rule was 4 days later you could take the unit out. Now, when we started reducing the dwell, that is really what in actual fact gave us the ability to pick that number up beyond the designed capacity. Exports was 16 to 14 days. We're doing that between 8 and 10 days now, accumulating, bringing it in, and getting it onto a vessel. Our throughput in terms of KPIs in the past was 150 units an hour. We're getting close to 200, and the highest we've seen is about 300 units an hour. Vessels that handle across the ramp. And that is what so we certainly want to pat ourselves on the back that we have a terminal that can compete with the best in the world, whilst we've done some learning. I've passed this slide. I'm not going to necessarily dwell on this particular one. We've seen the same. Cape Town, we've had in 5 years of wind in the same period in December, one month. What Western Cape would experience, they saw that in 5 years. The intensity, as indicated, 91%. Now, 90%, so what does it mean? It means it's 415 hours that we've seen in the past. It's gone to plus minus 900. That is the degree of it. But the wind speed has gone from 80 kilometers per hour to 120 kilometers on average. So then you're talking about 90 kilometers per hour sitting in a machine. We've now seen that that is not necessarily the case. In actual fact, what we have to deal with now is 120 kilometers per hour. And it's not only us that's impacted, it's a supply chain, value chain partners that are all impacted by the same. When it rains, so we deal with wind. However, farmers can't work when it rains. Fruit needs to be dry when you pack it. And so we're also learning now about the agricultural sector, about agriculture chapter 101 in terms of about farming and when you harvest. So when we see the rain, we know what is going to happen in the supply chain. We need 2-3 days in actual fact for them to cool down, they need to dry before we see these units coming in. The areas particular on the equipment itself, a lot of challenges, but glad to say is that, we brought this new equipment in. What it has helped us with is that it has given us greater stability in terms of servicing landside and the water side. A lot of has also changed that we've seen that the rail connectivity has improved. When we had wind, rail is really what came to our support. In actual fact, that has gone from 200 units per week that we're handling now, but close to 700. And we're seeing that's coming through consistently as we've created hubs outside of the terminal, because you can't get these cargo into the terminals, particularly on the container terminal side. This is really, it's on both Pier 1 and Cape Town Container Terminal. Pier 1 stands out with the 9 machines that was brought in. So we're certainly looking forward to what 20 machines are going to do for us for 2026 when they come in July, when they are actually deployed. Those 9 machines, in actual fact, that was very close to what the previous record was 729,000 TUs. We missed it this year by about 5,000. So we're looking and we're aiming for 800,000 TUs before it is that we do before we have to actually invest in terms of, and this is really hearts and minds of the people that has been able to do that, but also customers. What was touched on in terms of the customers that we serve, flexibility in our environment brings complexity. So in some instances, you've got to understand in a container environment what it is that you required. But we are starting to build those bridges between ourselves and the customers. It's not just about the shippers and to ensure that entire supply chain works in order to get these numbers through and ability. So we've seen the record volumes, as the C is indicated. He's already touched on that. Operational efficiencies. We've also virtually doubled at Pier 1 the operational efficiency. Cape Town is picking up quite nicely now. We were in the 8-10 moves an hour. We up to where we've this past week. We've about 18 on average that we've picked it up from. So it's additional 10 moves. We've seen the best that was about 22 moves an hour. The target for the terminal, particularly for our container terminals, is 25 moves an hour for this year. As we introduce a new technology of the ship-to-shore cranes, there should be nothing that prevents us from achieving the 30 moves an hour. And this will then put us on an equal footing with the rest of our container operations globally. And that will talk to the World Bank report that we said we want to improve on that area. The custom collaboration I've spoken about, rail connectivity has improved. What is exciting about this is that with the introduction of other operators coming in as well. So we have Transnet Freight Rail, but there's already discussions taking place in terms of those that have shown interest, also wanting to call at a TPT facility. There's currently down the line within the next year, 2 years, we'll also have more hubs that is in and around the precinct, and that is going to help us so that we can move away from bringing all of these cargo in by road. And it makes it better for also those that actually moves it. That's what really helped us on the car terminal. The hub came 300 kilometer, no, it's about 200. It's about 100 kilometers away from the port. So with an OEM that's producing 600 kilometers away, it's difficult in actual fact to get all these units down. And these units, these vessels handle about 4,500 cars at any given point in time. Largest being 8,000 cars that is on a vessel. So we've realized that, they've realized this, but this gave us that flexibility in terms of how do we push and pull cargo between the port and ourselves. The partnerships, we're certainly looking at this as a success for us with first of its kind, that we've now have a new partner that is where Pier 2 is under the management control of our partner ICTSI. There is a Transnet board that members that forms part of the of the Durban Gateway Terminal to ensure that what was we're looking from a partner is that we hold each other honest and that we deliver on what it is that we've promised and why we brought the partner in. But this is our reality, and we will be doing more of this. In terms of the fashion and form, how it is that we will look for a partner, that is what we're working on in terms of as we're identifying facilities where it is that we need this partnership. The equipment, just in terms of optimization, we've now replaced the equipment. We can see that there's volume growth that's coming through, particularly on the container side. Year on year, we can now see, regardless of the challenges, that we are starting to pop and we're starting to increase on the prior year performance. Beating a budget doesn't necessarily mean that that's a good story to tell. It's the experience of those that use us as a terminal user and getting imports and exports through our ports. That's the feedback. Launched to a large degree has in essence given efficacy to that and verified that. Cost efficiency, we also know is that in terms of that, we want to remain efficient. We're adopting the best practices that is and that used at other terminals. We've now also partnered with various of our stakeholders, local government, shipping lines, where we've undertaken partnering projects. And they've in actual fact shared their best resources with us, but also the best recommendations, which we are currently adopting. And so we're seeing some of this as well. Just in closing, so there's some of our terminals that we've identified. The ones that is very volatile is our agricultural terminals. When there's good rains, there's good crop, and then we export. We're a net importer of wheat. So there's significant risk for us commercially in terms of when we invest, because one year there's a crop, the next year there's no crop. So we are looking for partner where we can de-risk that as well. But as a country, security of supply for food, you need that. We need to have this capability, so we're working on that. Multi-purpose terminals, we're also looking at repurposing those ones where we can see we have now reached maturity and we need a partner in terms of how best do we use this asset within the port system. I'm going to skip this one. Just on the closing remarks that I wanted to highlight is that we've capacitated the terminals now. So we have terminals that we believe are providing the competitive that it requires. Is our work done? The answer is no. We are still working and we're aggressively doing that with our stakeholders, in particular with our partners. And there's various associations that we are working with where we're getting honest feedback and also assessment and rating in terms of what we need to improve on. It is about growth and it's about the consistent supply in terms of service delivery. Unfortunately, in shipping, and Lance spoke about it, Liner, it needs to run like clockwork. We also understand it's absolutely critical when fruit leaves South Africa. It shouldn't all arrive at once there. Unfortunately, then there's oversupply. It becomes economic supply and demand. So you need to have the right amount of fruit introduced, and as we're competing, that's reliability that's sought for. The vehicles as well as the OEMs have significant plans to increase exports out of the country in terms of manufacturing. Likewise, for imports coming into the country. Now, imports coming in as fully built units. We are working closely with the OEMs that are starting to look at how do they start to assemble or at least get some units in and have some components that's being manufactured in South Africa and having hubs, at least plants that they can start doing the manufacturing. Otherwise, it's just a unit coming in. So one of those areas that we're certainly looking forward to and see how do we advance the million FBUs that we can bring that number forward. And EVs are starting to take off now, so we also want to position ourselves for that. And I believe that we are that. We're working very closely with NAMSA in terms of the association to ensure that we meet the growth goals and objectives of the particulars of that sector. The repositioning of our terminals, particularly we talk about the tier 3 loss-making terminals, as I've indicated just before this slide turned, is that we have an asset and we want to see in terms of how it is that we use that footprint and that asset that can serve the economy better, whether it be automotives, containers, general freight, and how do we partner. It doesn't necessarily mean that Transnet is looking of doing this on its own. We are now geared in terms of how it is that we in actual fact, our own strategy is that we will partner. We will look for partners, so there's opportunities. So please do reach out. And then improving efficiencies. This just says how well we're doing, because it's when supply chains are efficient, it means we can compete globally. But we want, and that's part of the global competitiveness that we want to contribute towards you being successful, and that in actual fact we'll see the growth that we need. Remember, growth creates jobs, and that is really what it is that we want to achieve, being a national logistics partner for the country. With that, thank you very much. Also thank you for the support for those that are online and that has also supported us through this journey. A lot of excitement, a lot of new things that is happening. The remote operations is certainly something we're looking forward to. I'm at least a benefactor of that. So the 2 terminal systems are where we'll see this new technology and we'll be on par. Many of the container terminals globally are actually working using remote operations. In actual fact, it's great seeing how it is that they're doing it. It's a safer operation. It's also asking for new skills. Where we never had software engineers, now you need to have a software engineer working as part of your maintenance team. So we're also thinking about how it is that we reskill our own teams and how do we onboard that type of skill. We've done the benchmarking now. So with that, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the session further.
Thank you so much, Earl. Excellent presentation. I think the word you used is we're reaching maturity. And I think one should understand maturity very well. And clearly you do understand that. So thank you for sharing important information. I'm quite sure people are looking forward to engaging with you in a panel discussion. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, so let's move on a little bit. So our next presenter then is Mr. Salim Peterson. And he's very much a strategist, and he's going to talk to us about Transnet Reinvent for Growth strategy in the Eastern Cape terminals. Thank you very much, Salim.
Sure. Uh, just see how you points on. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Um, I'm here representing the Eastern Cape and the Reinvention for Growth. Um, so yeah, I think when we look at the Reinvention for Growth, I think we need to understand that from an Eastern Cape perspective, we focus on how we stabilize our performance as well as how we unlock and scale capacity. I'll follow the same sort of sequence which was done via Earl and the other colleagues, um, in which I now represent East London, PE, as well as NCT from that perspective. We look at the prior year performance. I look at some of the strategic initiatives, as well as some of the closing remarks. So if we look, these are on left and right. These are the three sort of areas that the Eastern Cape operate under. And obviously within this, we have various sectors. We see ourselves coming strong strategically on the bulk sector, mainly the manganese. And then we also look at other areas that we operate, being containers and automotive. I know we're small compared to Earl, so you didn't recognize it, but it's fine. Then we obviously just look at some of the bragging rights that we have. I mean, we are the largest manganese terminal within the globe. We look at it. It is it's a man, let's not use gender based, male or female. Some people get offended by it, but it's sort of close to 62 years or exceeding 62 years old. So a lot of things that we do there is about retrofitting because it's a very old plant. I think there's been discussions about how do we do sort of go to the NMET. That NMET facility will see us obviously have in the tune of about 16 million tons and a tonnage rate of about 2,000 tons an hour. Comparatively, our sweet spot now and again at the old man or old lady is anything sometimes between the range of 900 to 600 tons per hour. On good days, we get the 9 or slightly over the 9, and we rejoice that. And in some of the days, we get the lower rate. But that's fine. I think it's the growing pains of getting old. They say, oh, age is not for the weak heart today. So that's how it is. Then from a container perspective, yes, from transshipment, we see it one of the strategic nodes within South Africa from a transshipment perspective. But what we also realize that within a terminal, because there's a term we have in TPT where we got to wash our own face, they say. So we got to make our own money. And it's also about how the mix is, the commodity mix between gateway cargo, transshipment and export, and you also look at your profitability in line with that. But obviously, if we scale it, it then talks about volumetrics and how we drive it and how we then connect to the hinterland to facilitate that. So just from a tonnage perspective, I think one of the things I must make mention, we have hardworking employees. I think you guys have heard the successes within the Eastern Cape from performance, the volume growth, etc. It doesn't come any slight without having the proper employees in place and credit due to them. So if we then look at some of the areas that we can talk about, our manganese volume, we've got 12 million tons manganese that we push through. The Eastern Cape does on average of 16 million, but we do 12. There's obviously private operators that do the other 4 that's there. So that's obviously in line with what we want. And obviously the new facility will give us the 16 million. But I think the total demand, if we look at consolidation with Saldanha, we go close to about 20, sort of 22, 24 million tons in total, if we're looking at it, 8 plus the 12 or 14 that we're doing. So yeah. So just on that, looking at then obviously from a record performance, we talk about the initiatives and we see our performance where we sort of grew in volume, 35% increase in the sort of volume comes from our citrus perspective that we grew in. that also then reflective in our operational efficiency. If you look at our efficiency and we have other abdicators on our efficiency, we're not going to self-profess that. And it's good to see that there's acknowledgement in the room on how we stabilized and moved on as a business. So we can then see, obviously, we've grown and exceeded the 200 million cartons, as well as about 24% increase across that in citrus, and understanding during this deciduous season, which is not primarily our season, we grew about 413%. And that was through, obviously, some of the diversions. Climate change, that is obviously sort of a red herring for us. We know it's a big issue across, especially the container terminals and sensitive cargo being our bulk terminals, where it has an intimate stop-start for the bulk based on its sensitivity. And then obviously in the containers, it retards our performance in the sense that we got to work slower. So imagine trying to, and when you talk about vessel movement, you talk to long wave, you talk to wind, those people that are seafarers or you surf or understand the sea, there's always movement and it's not static. So it's like trying to thread a needle and move the needle while you're trying to get it into the hole. The thread through the hole. I mean, that's how difficult it is when the vessel starts moving. So it retards our performance sort of by about 3 or 4 moves per hour. But it also comes with the fact that we have a liability based on damage. So we take that risk versus total stoppage. And obviously with the innovation of bringing in remote working, that will facilitate maybe a lot more stable operation and safety of the mind of the operator as well. From a governance perspective, I mean, just on climate change as well, we have brought in short tensioners. Short tensioners is also trying to stabilize the vessel a lot more and then obviously enhance the performance. But obviously, we still got to learn about the tensioners. We've got 2 per berth in the Eastern Cape. We're running 3 berths at NCT, our bigger container terminal. So we're deploying 2 short tensioners per berth. There is an additional set that's coming through thanks to Durban Port that will come through to us, where we might then deploy an additional 3rd per berth to further stabilize the current vessel. I think that's quite important to us. Just from a governance perspective, I mean, we know the plague and the legacy of state capture. I think we have addressed those through oversight on our procurement to ensure our procurement sort of capability and capacity is run through from spares, equipment, etc. Dean didn't mention is partnering with the OEMs that facilitates a better speed to recovery for us on reliability and uptime of our equipment. Just on infrastructure development, I think Dean has obviously alluded to what we're going to achieve being delivered. We have a sort of crane built up STS that has been delivered to PECT, and Jabu made mention of the sterling performance of 30 GCH. That's obviously evident of, we talk about asset regression analysis. As a asset ages, obviously it is plagued with a number of sort of breakdowns and fatigue of the asset that then obviously reduces your performance. I think that is also part of the R4G strategy on how we're scaling up by then delivering the equipment on time as we need it at the right time. I mean, it's there for our citrus season. It came in last year, but just missed last year's. But within this citrus season, we've also then maintained a sort of stringent maintenance schedule program across our business in the Eastern Cape because we set ourselves to be a reliable corridor and not a supporting corridor. So when we look at reliability, we need to make sure that the uptime of the equipment is there across the entire business. I mean, however challenging it, as we said, equipment is a Achilles heel point for us, given the age of equipment and how we've obviously illustrated it. We will be getting 12 new straddles for PECT that will then obviously eliminate some of the teething problems we're having based on age. Dean explained we doubled the life of that, but obviously to the detriment of certain costs that we have. And we have implemented obviously a hybrid model. So when we look at it, I mean, our sort of thing for growth, when we look at reinvention for growth, this is what we're doing. I think the first thing we need to understand within our business, we need to defend the right to operate our terminals. And when I say that, we've got certain KPIs and performance indicators that we held accountable by our landlord, being TNPA, and there were penalties originally that was attached to that talks to WeGo. When we underperform, then we penalized. I think that's the first thing. Then we look at, from that, what do we need to fix and optimize? Now, in the Eastern Cape, we spoke about BOT, which is the bulk terminal. We were plagued based on the sort of tippler breakdowns, as well as some of the connectivity based on communication. And that is purely that the tippler might not be broken, but there's a network issue that then facilitates that. What we then brought in to facilitate it and maintain our operational efficiencies is bringing in a bypass, which then, even though the tippler is down, we've got a bypass methodology that still facilitates the inbound of cargo that will facilitate export across the water for us. Then obviously in break bulk, as we see, we've grown in leaps and bounds in the manganese sector, and is obviously much higher volume throughput on our break bulk versus our bulk. We average about 8 million tons, as you can see, based on our performance, and the average is between 450 to 480 tons an hour. That's on a skip operation, but then it's also dependent on our gang deployment, whether it's 2 or 3 gangs that gives us those operational efficiencies. Just on the automotive, we very focused on the UPH, but the UPH is units per hour, as well as the vessel turnaround time. The Eastern Cape is quite efficient. I think that's where they need to sort of come to the stand with us, where we compete. East London is in the range of 204 units per hour, and then our PE terminal does about 180 units an hour. We are plagued based on the fact, given the vessel makeup when they reach our precinct, being East London and PE, given that we also plagued with reverse stow. So where we try and optimize is we try and optimize on a dual ramp, but that has a very short a window. We've trialed it with Hoog autoliners, a dual ramp, but you've got about 20% of that shipment that you can, but it obviously it facilitates or dilutes the poor performance, if any, and gives you a higher marking on that. Just then, obviously, NCT, we spoke about the refurbishments. Then, obviously, you need to look at operational efficiencies, the next leg that facilitates fixing and optimizing. And that, obviously, we look at some of our improvements, throughputs within each of our sectors, from manganese, containers, and automotive that have been discussed. The numbers, you guys can always get those in the port committee, etc. We'll see those numbers. And then we also implemented a 4th shift. And I think Durban has, but we were obviously given associated cost and how we manage it. We've then put in our 4th shift that will obviously give us better productivity, because it gives the employees a lot more time off based on scaling. So they say a fresh employee is a more resourceful employee. You'll see a lot of safety apps that we have, innovation. We've got the vehicle inspection app, fuel inspection app. We're driven by a digital era. And I think my man spoke about AI. You mustn't be shy of it. We need to embrace technology. It helps us with some decision making. It means you'll dance less, Lance, with that. While we do that, obviously we know while we bring, fixing, optimizing, and operational efficiencies through, we then drive to growth. Growth will then come naturally, because you're doing that. You're buying trust within. And if you look at where we want to grow, obviously we want to grow in the containers, automotive, as well as ensuring within the agriculture space. Both Durban and East London are going out on PSPs. And this is obviously to enhance and expand and grow the business. We have got it running, and we resuscitated the agri sector. But, I think East London has 1 mill, but it's more looking at also an export facility and how we rail enable it. That's very important. within the East London precinct. And then obviously expansion into new markets. If you look at our markets, we've expanded, created a secondary artery for manganese. East London has been doing manganese now for the last sort of 2 years. We've had numerous inquiries. We're onboarding a few customers. This week we started a trial with one of the big customers as well. Obviously, that will also need rail enablement, which will obviously give us sort of rail density, which would make it a lot more affordable when we're looking at it. Then obviously talking to our strategic partnerships, spoke about PSPs for East London, the NMET, and one of the big things when we talk about partnership, not everything based on equity. We need to look at the customer collaboration policy that we have in place that enables that. I think that's a very sort of a strategic enabler where it allows you to collaborate with Transnet as well as within industry and facilitate better operational efficiencies. And over a period of time, it's then obviously within the care of Transnet. We are already exploring some of it for East London, for the grain. We're also looking at some of it at the finger jetty at NCT that we're open to, whereby we increase our throughput. Currently, as I explained, we're doing about 450 to 480 based on gang configuration. If we put a mobile unit there, whether it's a rapid ship loader or a bottom discharge crane, we can sort of double the capacity and move to about 1,000 tons per hour, which will obviously match close to what the BOT or exceed our current bulk, but then it will actually grow the volume across, which is, when we did the simulation, it will give us easily an additional 3 to 4 million tons across there. So if you're talking about expansion and scaling and R4G, as you can see, we sort of replicating and demonstrating, and it's happening now. It's not in the future. It's running with us right now. Then obviously the pillars that we spoke about, which is fix and optimize. I sort of went through that. I'm not going to go dwell too much unless we want to look at it, and obviously talking about tactical and transformative perspective on where we take the business. I'll just go straight into what we're actually going to focus in our closing remarks. And I broke it down by sector because I believe we have to be focused for us to achieve it and ensure that we can bring about the stability, the reliability factor, and I always take reliability as a commodity, and that brings your volume for growth. So we look at the container sector. In the container sector, we're obviously talking to what can we do with Navis, where we optimize the current system that we have. And that is obviously talking to us on how do we sort of, within coaching, put in certain parameters to facilitate a better yard management, better throughput, and monitoring consistently of the system hour by hour. We have got it, but I think obviously now we have to ensure that it's done within a disciplined process. The citrus season, we know, as we spoke about, that's for us to get our readiness plans, and citrus is not a cyclical growth. The citrus industry will tell you it's a structural growth between 10 to 15%. And right now, what are we doing? Obviously, from stretching and scaling, which we can see. I mean, there's some of the things that we've done in the Eastern Cape, where we partnered with some of the depots and facilitating an additional sort of plug point capacity for those vessels that are operating, and we allocated 50 containers per berth. That does retard our operational efficiency slightly, but it's also talking about collaboration and getting out the South African ink in the sense of we're competing on a global scale. The more you get, it's also talking about reliability. It touches on those factors and how we do it. So, I mean, that in a tune, if you talk to the commercialization or monetizing of that, that's equivalent to about 34 million rand that we're putting in, because there's late arrival and early arrival charge of the tune of 4,000 rand per box. So if you look at the scalability of that and how we sort of calculated that. Then also we're looking at value lead in the deciduous sort of strategy on how we then from the diversions that we grow. As Jabu mentioned, we've grown 413% in the deciduous sector. And now I think one of the things is how do we sort of proactively plan what we need to for that season and not work in chaos. So we, at the current moment, what we are doing is we obviously mobilizing industry, having those discussions. We're going to have workshops, get all the role players in together. I think sing off the same hymn page, and then look at cost to failure versus cost of reliability, which is very important. I think that's what we're trying to sell. So I'd rather know something in advance versus trying to do it in the midst of chaos. I mean, we're going to get less throughput versus what we can maximize if we plan. Then obviously the straddles that will come in. Then for automotive, I spoke about the efficiency. I spoke about the dual ramp. There's mention of players coming into the market. We have challenges in the Eastern Cape with MBSA in the sense that they're also looking at how they sort of they've been downscaling. So how do you bring in a partner? And they're looking at how do we bring in new partners within that spectrum so we can obviously grow. I think they're saying Eastern, when we look at it, we look at the loss-making businesses. East London is not a loss-making business. We went and simplified it. We broke it down into, created a silo approach in a sense. The agri sector, we got to go out on PSP. So we've got a 30, 60, 90-day plan on decisive decision-making, how we move through that. There's CCP that will facilitate that. We've got then the auto sector, which is profitable on its own. If it stands on its own, it's not a challenge. And then we've got the container sector that complements the auto sector within the East London precinct. So we just need to reshuffle some of the things, as I said, by scaling it, looking at what's best. And obviously for us to move into the PSP would be beneficial for East London as well. Then we looked at, obviously, also looking at transshipments for East London. There's an opportunity there for automotive that we see, Lance, not just, PE. So we've thought about it and we've sort of looked at the strategic fit across each sector and how each terminal will play a strategic role in that. Then you're looking at manganese. I spoke about the bypass. We spoke about the refurbishment that was spoken about. Those are things that we often need to concentrate. I spoke to the finger jetty on a CCP, bringing in sort of customer collaboration on volume. And we have a back of port terminal that's called Luatla. We manage about 1.8 million tons through that facility. We signed up an additional customer, which is Afrimat, which will then bring it just over the 2 million ton mark. So if you calculate the 2 million plus the 12, it's 14. I'm not trying to double count, but total volume across the Eastern Cape is about 14 million tons in what we're doing. And then obviously looking at how do we sort of look at the agri sector, spoke about that, the collaboration, and then obviously the private sector participation. I think what we look at in closing is that the strategy is not about incremental improvements, it's about deliberate redesign of our operation, how we sort of redesign it. And I've given you guys illustrative examples of how we're redesigning from a bulk, break bulk, automotive and container sector, and in the manganese sector. So as I always maintain, if we stabilize our execution, optimize our systems, and build reliability, growth will come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Salim. Exciting things we are hearing. I think such a challenge in delivering equipment on the right time to provide reliable services. Important facts that we're hearing from you guys, getting 12 new straddles. And I like the idea of competition amongst yourselves. That's very healthy. So great hearing that. So structural growth, a lot of things. So I'm trying to keep up what you guys are telling us. And that's the challenge. At least I can say my birthday is the same day I've been born. My mother said she planned it that way. So, but thank you very much. It's great sharing or listening to what you guys are telling us. Ladies and gents, I'm just bringing up our program quickly for orientation purposes. There we go. So now we've got a comfort break up till 25 past 11. And then after the comfort break, you can see we've got exciting presentations. We're going to have Richards Bay terminals, Aldana terminals, and Transnet, the ICT information from Alvin. So, and then we'll have a panel discussion. So looking forward to the second half of this event. But go and take a nice break, do some networking, and please can we see you guys back in here at 25 past 11. So enjoy. Thank you very much.
I signed all the contracts with Portland. A lot of rather than in America after the but it was you got a cut. Yeah, I got a cut. Yeah. I know all the history. Yes. What I'm doing now is I'm putting trucks onto roads. Yes. Rubber tires and all.
No, we had a presentation.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay,
You know Vis Logananda?
yes. I've got a meeting with him on Friday.
Exactly. So he presented
Oh,
already.
did he present on it?
He
What did
presented.
he say?
No, it's a good concept because it looks at flexibility and also in terms of our time. Because then that trailer is immediately out of the rail. It's to its depot, it's to its destination. There's no restorages and green handling.
Richard, mate, I can bring a train of 50 tipplers in without a tippler machine.
Wow.
Bring some tipplers.
Yeah.
On rail and tip into the bin.
Into the
Think about that.
No. Okay. All right, great. No, thanks.
No,
Thanks, Mike. Okay, so you presenting, you having a meeting with Vis on Monday, Friday. Great.
No, I arrived this morning from Joburg.
No. We got GPT's HQ. We bought the net bank building. Because Durban is your main office. And you see Durban, it's all in the top. It's your gateway. So that all are here. Oh, yes. It's definitely looking for. Exactly.
Yes, Allah, how are you? Sorry to disturb you. Is Valente at work? I was told that. Oh, no, it's fine. Really, yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. Can you capture those marks and release them? Oh,
right now, Mr. Alfred, the big terminal will come. The only other option is to but we also want to increase the level of manganese. And I think it needs to then go to the energy sources. Green since about Moshe and John. Because it can translate back the whole system where we are steadily getting solutions.
This just find out there is a meeting where we're supposed to deliver. That I was the papers are supposed to be a face to face. But just because I'm unable to attend to just tell me for me, find out from the country at least for a few content. But I'm too around 1 o'clock or I'm just around then a lot of this actually is what I expect. Okay. It's fine. That's all that I wanted to do. Since to go to the meeting, it didn't be was done on my behalf. When we reinvented the check, it's all about food and it's all about projects. We're really for that to do someone. And I don't want to be missing at my house, hence we know the context of getting this much. So if you could, I think we do it. And just go to better. Because that's what complex. It's fine.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
The trade part.
Yes, thank you for coming.
Yeah, so I want to open the discussion about how we can host troops similar to Standard Gangster at the airport. We've got nice facilities as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we also want to, because obviously we more aviation,
Yes,
but
yes.
cargo. I mean,
Yeah,
I head up
yeah.
the cargo business,
Yeah,
so
will be great, Ricardo. So what you kindly can do, not that what? Gosh, God's hiding here. That one.
yeah.
Can you please pop me a mail,
I'll pop you a mail.
and then I'll contact you.
Yeah, then I'll get our marketing guy involved, etc. Look, if not something we're going to do in the next, we can plan it for early next year or something, where we could then do full hostages, that kind of things.
Will be great.
Do one panel or something like that.
Will be great.
Because we need to include aviation and air cargo
Yeah.
into the discussions.
Yeah.
I think we sort of leave it aside,
Yeah.
but if we're looking at our development plans, like national aviation policies, etc., it doesn't stand on its own. It involves all the other.
It's all integrated, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. That will be great.
But I'll be in touch in a week or so.
Great.
And then we can start the discussion. You can tell us what it entails, whether there's any funding involved, if there's that.
Good.
Okay.
Reverend,
I need
thanks.
to get going. I was traveling down by yesterday, so that took a whole day.
Oh, okay.
So I need to get to the office this afternoon.
Busy.
Yeah. Okay, but thanks
Thanks, Ricardo.
These are very good.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't attend the job ones because it's difficult to just
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah,
But all the dubbing was
correct.
okay.
Thanks, Ricardo.
Take care.
Drive safely, man.
I think it's the screen I can see. Yeah, I think I can see. That was laughing.
Right, ladies and gents, please settle down so that we can start again. Alrighty, ladies and gents, we're going to have obviously later on lunch, and I want to request that you'll see C-Track's got a little exhibition at that side of the room. Please go and visit the guys and see what they've got to offer. Really appreciate that. Then you see a mobile number there on the screen, 0842082796. Maybe take note of that. If you want to pose a question or ask a question to the panel, you can WhatsApp your question so long to that number, and so that we can manage the questions. And so during the panel discussion, then that we will bring the question to the panel. Really appreciate that. All right. So 0842082796. Right, we're still talking about Reinvent with Growth for Growth with Transnet, 13th of May 2026. And our next presenter then is Mr. Tsipu Nchangaze. He's the acting managing executive of Richards Bay Terminals. And Tsipu, thank you very much for talking to us, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Yes. Next slide, next slide. But stay here for the cameras and so on.
Good morning. Let me repeat, good morning. Yes, that's more like it. Like Harry has mentioned, my name is Sipho Njangase. I'm currently entrusted with running the Richards Bay terminals. So just to take you through the content of today's discussions, we'll obviously be going or following the normal protocols. I think what is important for me to just take you through in depth around Richards Bay. So there's always a misconception that Richards Bay is a single terminal. Without any fear of any contradiction, I can confirm it comprises of two terminals. One is the dry bulk terminal as well as the multi-purpose terminal. So we have been fortunate enough via Mother Nature to have a naturally deep port. So which means we basically can handle bigger and larger vessels. So thank you to, as the 2K say, Brakot. Thank you. Reflecting on the previous year's performance, I think the CE has alluded it previously that we did achieve our targets. In fact, on certain commodities, we have surpassed our targets, particularly on the chrome. Just to also highlight around Richards Bay, we, as much as we handle, I would say, 3 core commodities, i.e. chrome, coal, and magnetite. We also play a pivotal role in supporting the harbor-bound industries. And I think at times we do not necessarily focus on those. So the harbor-bound industries that the terminal or Port of Richards Bay supports is one, I would say, Hillside Aluminium, Grindrod as an extension of the terminal, as well as my dear friend there, Bradley, RBM. And actually, I'd like to just indicate in this forum that Bradley, you know, the discussions and I would certainly say the fruitful discussion that we've been having has yielded positive results. Moreover, in us bringing back mineral sands onto the conveyor system. So, ladies and gentlemen, the mineral sands have been off the conveyor system since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking forward to the first trial vessel coming in online. So those are the type of deliberate initiatives that we've taken as a position that we need to ensure that we reduce the cost of doing business for our harbor-bound industries and ensuring that, you know, there's sustainable financially for those particular harbor-bound industries. So just highlighting at the other, I'll say, commodities that we operate at Richards Bay, obviously the multi-purpose terminal, which has now somewhat pivoted to becoming a coal handling terminal. And obviously this comes from the, I would say, the Russia-Ukraine conflict that we experienced 2-3 years ago, which gave a rise in the demand for coal. Now, understanding the operating model or structure for RBCT, so ordinarily those commodities, although those volumes would be destined for RBCT, excuse me, however, the limitations, you know, from the structural point of view. So the next outlet would have been Richards Bay TPT. So we then picked up our fingers and we said, no, look, we can handle these commodities. And yes, it did bring unintentional costs of doing business as well, you know, looking at the various degradation to our environment, infrastructure, and so forth. So the position we've taken to say, how can we handle this commodity in an environmentally friendly manner and also ensuring that the future of the port still remains, you know, because we of the view that history will judge us harshly for the decisions we take today. So how do we then ensure that we still continue to be competitive and reduce the cost of doing business for our customers? Now, we also have been quite deliberate in terms of us ensuring that our inland terminals. So previously, we've got 2 inland terminals, i.e. The Kendall siding, which is predominantly for coal, as well as the Pendoring siding. So those terminals, in our view, are an extension of the port itself. So there's an interface between the terminal and the port itself. So we've been selling specifically Pendoring siding. I know early last year we'd had industry engagements where we were wanting to sell Pendoring siding as a central consolidation point for chrome volumes. And we've been seeing a huge uptake in terms of those chrome volumes coming from the siding. And yes, there's been a step change in terms of TFR giving us those trains. I think one of the previous speakers spoke around, you know, the reliability and dependency on rail coming online. So we are starting to see those step changes. It's not yet where we want it to be. However, there's room for improvement, and we're noticing the improvement. So I think it's proper to give credit where credit is due. So just looking at, again, reflecting on the previous year's performance, I've touched on the coal performance as well as the chrome performance. We have performed quite well. Our focus now also is on ensuring that the tippler, so the tippler is a piece of equipment that is in Richards Bay whereby we then offload those wagons. So as much as there's going to be an improvement on the rail side, we also need to ensure that on the terminal side, we are capacitated enough to handle those additional volumes. So there's been a lots of positive work that's been conducted on the tip list, working with various stakeholders. So our approach again has been quite deliberate to say that we need to ensure that we partner with certain critical stakeholders, whether it's customers, whether it's industry players, and also relying on the OEMs, because we've identified that there's a gap in terms of us having certain technical know-how. So we rely on our customers because they've been, I mean, benchmarking from various ports. So we're having those industry engagements whereby we are positioned enough to solicit those assistance from the customers. So I think the previous speakers as well, they've spoken and touched on the tactical approach. So looking at the Reinvent for Growth strategy, it's underpinned by three fundamental pillars, which is your tactical, transformative, and expansionary. So our approach again for the previous financial year and in extension this financial year, it's underpinned by three. We mobilize, we stabilize, we optimize. Now, looking at the performance for last year, we were at the mobilization phase. So we're starting to realize a step change in our improvement in terms of a volume throughput. We are now wanting to stabilize it, but our ultimate goal is to ensure that we optimize it. Now, what do we mean by optimization? We mean that we need to sweat our assets, get value for money, but most importantly, as the teams on the ground, we ensure that each and every employee that's within the terminal does what they're supposed to do so in a safe and environmentally sustainable manner. So that's been the driver, basically, in Richards Bay. And I think, excuse me, what's also part of our strategy, and I'm sure it was late last year, we had undergone an RFI for a back of port solution. So those were one of the gaps that we had identified, that there is a need, because if you look at our capacity within terminal, it's finite, it's limited. So we then said, with the volumes that are available in the market and industry, how do we sustainably again handle those particular volumes? Then that gave rise to the RFI. Subsequently to that, we then approached the market with an RFP. So the idea there is to migrate coal volumes from in-terminal into a back of port. So that back of port facility is going to be an extension of our terminal. I am aware there has been certain anxiety around that approach. Fair enough. So what we are now saying, we're not necessarily wanting to identify a facility. We can identify various facilities. Now, the methodology of a back of port is not a new phenomenon in the way we operate our volumes. Pure case in point is Green Road Terminals, which in our view is a back of port facility, and where that particular commodity being coal is handled much more responsibly via conveyor system. So those are the type of volumes we want to realize and ensure that the volumes that we handle are done so in an environmentally sustainable manner. And I mean, Elvin is obviously going to touch around the digital transformation and, the young ones, as they say, the chat GPTs and all those nice things. Anyway, we're still trying to accustom ourselves around that. But obviously also looking at infrastructure investment, there's so much that a piece of equipment can give you in terms of its useful lifespan. So how do we then re-inject and revitalize the piece of equipment that we have, but also focusing on future operating models? If we look at, for example, MPT is quite outdated. However, looking at the performance numbers for MPT, it's performed quite well over the past year. So in our view, it's reached its ceiling. So the question is, how do we then mechanize that particular operation to realize efficiencies, because looking at the bulk sector, it's all about efficiencies. It's all about capitalizing on economies of scale. So the more volumes we're able to get over the quay, the better for us in terms of us generating revenue from a Transnet perspective, but also looking at the upstream benefits that it has on the hinterlands, the operations in which we support being the mines. So we're looking at the entire value chain around that element. And then I think, we've touched on the performance. And what is also important is to say, how do we then reimagine our operations? So in collaboration with our customers. In fact, this was a suggestion that came from industry in terms of the pan offloading. So I'm just going to go at a very high level. What is the pan offloading methodology? It basically changes or pivots the way we currently operate on the MPT sector. So the cycle times are improved. Now, what does that mean if the cycle times are improved? That picture that was presented initially, it basically would shift that picture and ensuring that the number of vessels that we receive or the number of vessel calls we are receiving improves. So by us doing so, ladies and gentlemen, I am quite confident that it will have a positive impact on our revenue. It will have a positive impact on South Africa Inc. We are here, I would like to believe, as stakeholders, as industry players, to ensure that this beautiful country of ours thrives, which is called South Africa. Also, in terms of partnerships, we've partnered with TFR. I've touched on the tipplers. So what we had indicated before was looking at the operational model for the tipplers. So we've increased that from 75 wagons to 100 wagons. So by that, again, we're receiving commodity in an environmentally, I'd say, sustainable manner, maximizing on economies of scale, as well as ensuring that the piece of equipment that we have, which is the tippler, is fully utilized to its maximum capacity. So those are the type of initiatives that we're wanting to implement and ensure that there's sustainability for our future generations to come. I've touched on the migration of well, I'd say coal into a back of port. Again, by us doing so, we're creating capacity for other commodities, i.e. chrome and magnetite. So those are the commodities that we want to grow in terminal. We want to ensure that the upstream, the interland operations also get supported. As a fun fact, South Africa has one of the largest reserves of magnetite. So the natural place to outlet would be Richards Bay. So the question is, what do we do? Do we stand, do we fold our fingers, or do we then, see what can we do to enable those volumes to come through to the port? I've touched on the element of capacity constraints. We are looking at developing certain pockets of land in terminal, i.e. the ENF storage area, as well as those volumes that would be migrated to the back of port facility. We would then be in a position to create additional capacity for in-terminal storage. And again, maybe just as a parting shot on my side, Richards Bay has been challenged, specifically when it comes to, I would say, customer engagements, customer complaints, and so forth. So those are part of our deliberate intentions again to say, how do we, as the leadership of Richards Bay, close the gap, because in my humble opinion, CE, we are because of our customer. So the customer's opinion to me matters the most. However, within reason, within reason, because we've found certain customers wanting more than we can give. Like I mentioned, our capacity is infinite, and there's only so much we can give. And having so many customers, our basket of customers. So the question is, which mouth do you feed? Which mouth do you reject? So it's all about equality and ensuring that everyone gets serviced on time, within cost, and a predictable service. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for allowing me the opportunity to address you. Harry, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sifu. I'm very fond of the business acumen we're hearing here, and change the way we work, vessels we receive, revenue for South Africa. That's good news. Thank you very much. Expansions, back of port, extension of the terminal, and thank you for making us understand Richards Bay better. We really appreciate that. So we're looking forward to the panel discussion of you. So ladies and gents, let's then move on. So right, ladies and gents, our next presenter then, is Mr. Oscar Botcherts, and he's the Managing Executive of Saldanha Terminals. Thank you very much, Oscar.
Okay, or can I just move then?
Yeah. Down arrow or
All right.
that one. Next slide, please.
All right, good. I think it's still good morning. I'm going to take the second last slot. So we'll present Saldanha terminals. I think we had a tough time from the mining sector, saying that we're the bottleneck. We can't produce, we can't export, which meant also that some of the big miners had to slow down production. However, in the last year, and I will present that, where we ended off, and what are the plans for the Saldanha. It is a mineral port, if you might call it. Some say it's dirty, some say it's not as clean. However, it produces money, it produces jobs, it satisfies a lot of people's desires, revenue basis, etc. So let's see what we've done. All right, we're going to touch on the Saldanha terminals. There's two terminals. That's a bulk terminal. That's a pure iron ore terminal with a capacity of 60 million tons. The Saldanha multipurpose terminal at this point of time, it's got about a capacity of 10 million tons, 10.4 million. So we're going to touch on what has happened last year, what are we going to do, and of course the opportunities that lies ahead. All right, southern tip of the Saldanha, which we call the Western Cape region, the West Coast. You must come and visit sometime. Good snook, good weather. All right, let's look at what happened. We manage 7 million tons of manganese ore. And it ties in what our CE said in terms of the growth of manganese. Now, that's about a 13% on the previous year. So that's a massive double-digit growth that we are seeing. This year, we're looking at 8 million tons, and that's about a 14%. It's possible. Now, that was achieved without investment, major investment in terms of equipment and infrastructure. On the iron ore, we did 52 million, and that was about a 3% growth on the previous year. This year, we're bold to say we're moving 55 million tons. So we're getting closer to that capacity. And some people might say, move from a 52 to a 58 and then 60, but it's a ramp up. You are talking about a plant that is old, non-investment in the past. So it's a ramp up, it's a backup, it's moving towards that point. So please bear with us. So in the Saldanha terminals, we do the iron ore, which is exclusively the big terminal. We have the manganese terminal, that is an iron ore, which is a supplementary terminal to support the big terminal. And we've done about 1.2 million tons through that particular terminal last year. There's, besides steel coils, there's pig iron, there's zinc. There's all harbor-bound mineral industries in and around Saldanha. And that's about a 2 million ton per annum. So besides the manganese, however, we are positioning the multi-purpose terminal as a manganese terminal supported by the iron ore. So let's look at what we've done. As we said, about 6 million, rounded off to 7 million. There's some good accolades coming through. I mean, the highest that we've done at the multi-purpose terminal was about 900 tons per hour. And that's not mechanized. That's manual with skips, with rail, coming from rail onto road, onto skips, etc. But the art is to keep the volume flowing. Can you imagine what we can achieve with more mechanized production? The iron ore terminal as well, it's a very system-based one. And we've seen some good traction from our customers. We are working closely with them, regular interaction, where we see collaboration in action, with support, with expertise, with investment, with unblocking certain things in terms of our SAM processes. Also advising in terms of the OEM. You also have seen in terms of probably about a month ago, we have engaged with one big OEM, entered into a 7-year. And that's the OEM who's going to help us as well to stabilize in terms of our equipment. On the rail connectivity, we've worked hard with TFR on rail, And you could see that also the increase, the corresponding increase at the rail department. So also with trim, so it's really high. We can't perform without rail. We can't perform without the customer. You need to go back to the pit and understand the products. So some of the products came in, and we are working with the customer to say, for which product is best, which one to come through. How do we then optimize coming into the terminal, offloading, stacking until such time as exporting. We've got slot systems, and it works. On the multi-purpose terminal, unfortunately, the capacity is not there. We are having collaboration with back of ports, and it's purely to turn around the trains. So we will get three to four. The rest goes to the back of ports, up to about 15, 16 trains per week. And that is how we actually bring the volume in, because the art is to get the volume from the pit to the port, holding it, and then exporting it. All right, so I think there we see some increasing volumes on both sides. We saw the project execution also well. We'll talk about that, and the decreased customer concerns. Just by interest, I think on the multi-purpose terminal, we got about moving from a 60% satisfaction from customers, we moved to about almost to 80% satisfaction. So that is how they perceive us. And obviously, now I'm selling the multi-purpose terminal. It is higher freight cost, however, you'll pay less demurrage. We'll turn the vessel around faster. So in a total, you will then save. So it positions itself as a very good opportunity. All right. So I must also brag, and I must give to Dean. Our Tippler 3, all right, is coming alive. We've done the cold commissioning. The first wagons came through yesterday. So that's a cold commissioning. Hot commissioning will take place in the next 2 weeks. But all indications are it's so beautiful. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to talk about beautiful, but that's a beautiful machine. And I think that will put us to a different level. We're going to have 3 triplets. They built redundancy. It's a new technology coming in and not an old one that was produced probably 20 years ago, etc. So what we are seeing is, and that's the investment, and we're not talking about millions. The investment in a terminal is billions. So that's the art, and that's the first step. Also, the Stacker 3 refurbishment was also done in November last year. So well done on the Stacker reclaimer. So you talk about minimal machines, but it's big machinery that needs to work. There's no downtime. If one tippler is out, it's 50% capacity gone. If one shiploader is out, it's 50% gone, 30 million. So you can understand the nursing part thereof. On terms of the collaboration as well, we've worked hard. We got some additional maintenance staff and engineers coming in. Our OEMs are working hard. We signed the deal about 2 weeks ago, about a month ago. So we can see some great improvement on that. That's for spares and for parts, spares and for services coming in. So yeah, I think we're in a good footing. Let's look at the tactical one. It's really the bottlenecks, and as Sipho has said, it must moving. The cargo must move, the trains must move, the machinery must move, the loading must take place at the port, at the pit. So the immediate priority is really to go and stabilize and recover performance. We have seen that recovery taking through. On the transformative way is really to align. As you all know, with the port changes in the port system, there will be private rail operators coming in. All right, Department of Transport has made it very clear in terms of enhance the productivity of the rail. So we do expect next year, we're already in discussion to see how best then can we support, because you will have your TFR and you will have your rail, private rail operators. So how do we then sync that in? Because all of a sudden you will not have one rail operator, you will have multiple rail operators. So we are planning and we are aligning with that one. And then for sustainable growth, we said to build digital and adaptive capabilities. We've just put in a contract, our operating system, version 4. The first step and the first, it says, it went live about 2 days ago. So we're happy to see that functionality come in. Alvin will talk more about that because that's his field in terms of how he loves these things. But what we have seen is a successful implementation. We had the team down here from the UK, our local teams. The HQ team also worked hard. So we've got the best version currently for our operating system. Now you can understand to operate that terminal about 1 million tons per week, about 5 million, 4 to 5 million tons per month. You need an operating system that can handle that. You've got different grades, you've got different customers, and you need to perform at that level. All right. So on the multi-purpose terminal as well, as you said, we're working hard. There's some specific customers that we are dealing with, and they're helping us. I mean, the collaboration was actually to the point. Is a study was undertaken on rail and port, and say, found what is the best way to move forward, to optimize that terminal without major investment, because that's the art. If you look at the investment coming through, you have to invest in the iron ore terminal. In the multi-purpose terminals, you can do different investment strategies to achieve the objectives. So yeah, the segment is really the expansionary is positioned Saldanha as a growth node. We've seen the growth last year. We will definitely see the growth this year. And the long-term horizon positions Saldanha as a growth node for the national logistics network. The rail line, I know it's far from the Northern Cape. There are some harbor-bound industry, but there's a high ask, there's a high demand for your minerals, specifically manganese and iron ore. All of a sudden, the market is opening up for emerging miners also coming through. And we need to then see how we can respond to that. So I'm not going to talk too much on this. We have improved in terms of operations. I have spoke about that. The asset reliability is key. So Dean's got a tough job to ensure that the machinery is running. We transformed the business. We talked about ICT performance, the people capability is tactical training. The digital we've talked about. Growing the business is through customer collaboration. It's for us through the investment side, and that is how we're going to achieve that. So let's talk about what the focus is. I've talked about Tippler 3 commissioning. We've also changed the 1 shut to 2 shuts this year. And the reason is to ensure that reliability of equipment. So the current shut started on the 8th. All right. We're trading well in terms of the plan. And we do foresee, and the whole idea is to actually use that time, rail and port, to stabilize our equipment. Maintenance, specific parts that must be replaced that you cannot do. Unfortunately, if we had more time, we would have done it. But the system asks for almost everyday working. We are looking at capacity creation to improvements renewals. We're looking at 4 million tons from the iron ore with the improved productivity. But the efficiency lies in terms of working with customers, in terms of grade specifics, stacking, planning, etc. That's on the operational side. The biggest chunks come from equipment uptime. And that we will do with investment plus the customer collaboration, the OEMs to support that. On the multi-purpose terminal, we are out now for leasing of additional equipment, that is forklifts, and that will enhance the current one. We've seen improvement on a new skip operation, all right? It's automated, automated spreaders, and there we see the advancements coming through. So the next step is obviously planning now to look at different equipment to handle bigger skips, all right? Our 2 mobile ship loaders will be upped. We're doing about 450 tons per hour. The OEM is on site so that we can actually track to 750 tons per hour. I would love to see 800 tons per hour per machine. All right, can you imagine that? 1,500 tons on those 2 ship loaders on the iron ore. It opens up the space for the manganese. All right. We have seen a high demand for rail, plus high demand on road. Can you believe it? There's road transport coming down to Saldanha. It's probably higher, but when you look at the total efficiency, it's still a good price. So it might be higher than your rail, but through the efficiency and the freight costs and no demurrage, it's a winning game. We've already seen that in the last 6 months. We've already trending quite well the first 6 weeks already in terms of manganese. Iron ore is above target. Manganese is way above target already. So all indications are that we will meet those particular items. So where do we see then the preparation for the new rail operators? We need to respond to that because there will be more on rail, and we need to respond to that. And it's all about efficiency at the port and not realizing that the port cannot be the bottleneck. All right. In terms of the multi-purpose terminal, it's geared for growth in manganese. We also have harbor-bound industries. And secondly, what we're doing now, we're almost close to having a slot system for the break bulk cargo as well. By doing that, you can then plan break bulk, and all of a sudden it releases capacity for your manganese and for your iron ore. You can serve your break bulk. We're almost done in signing it off. There were already communication to the industry, and I can't wait for that to be concluded. On the new equipment coming in with the extra forks, and we are looking at mobile cranes as well coming in, immediately will open up the way. We haven't even talked about the additional mobile ship loaders. We will stabilize the 2 mobile ship loaders and then the mobile cranes and thereafter. But that also is a customer collaboration because there will be joint investment. There will have to be joint investment, guys and girls, to do that. And that's the way that we see it happening. So Saldanha, at this point of time, is poised for growth. You've seen last year. This year it's already trending, and we will see that. So come to Saldanha. You will experience the efficiency. You will experience the good people there. But most of all, I think the bottom line is we need to respond to the mining sector. And we're starting to do that. Thank you so much.
So my C has requested me just to enhance the emphasis around Tipler 3. So Oscar, I think it's one of the piece of equipment that's going to take your terminal to another level. So what I want to enhance on the message on Tipler 3, remember I purposely avoided discussing it in my slides because Oscar knows he's the operator of the terminal and he needs to embed that machine into service. So Tipler 3 is the learnings of all our experiences and all the tipplers we installed in South Africa. It is a project that was in distress. It started in 2013, 2014. It was one of the projects, it's a mega project, and we're doing it in-house. It's not a turnkey. We're doing it with our own resources, our own skill sets, and its collaboration. This project was in distress in 2013, 2014. Through COVID, it created a whole diverse of situations that we had to deal with as Transnet. From contractors going into liquidation, starting the works, stopping intimately where they had to actually go into liquidation. So eventually, from a Greensfield project to a Brownfield project. We took over this project in 2023. In 2024, we started with appointing new contractors on this project. And today is the day, yesterday was the first day we pulled a train through it. So it took us 1 year to actually complete a mega project. That was all hard sweat, tears, and commitment from us as Transnet, and also the collaboration we had with the industry. So on this new tippler, the technology that we put in there. So I remember at one stage through my career in Transnet, we developed a concept of TVCC, Transnet Value Chain Coordination, right? So the technology we implemented now is exactly that, because the platform we implemented on this tippler, it's fully automated, right? So it actually got a SCADA platform that actually talks to the entire supply chain. It actually starts from the mines as you start to plan loads of loading trains. It's tracked on the SCADA system of the tippler. So which means there was a project we ran once on Transnet called IATS, Integrated Asset Tracking System. That means any customer could track a train and track their product on a train exactly when it was en route to the point where it has to be delivered at the port. Now, this system has that capability as well. So which means as the train moves through the corridor, it can be tracked in terms of right up to the tippler when it has to be tipped. So that planning horizon, planning of your stacks, planning of the tipping, direct loading, indirect loading, it has all those capabilities. So the project value, why I say it's a mega project, it's sitting at currently around 4.95 billion. Now, the team has done well because we've completed that project from a brownfield. We had to do a lot of reworks from the new design capabilities. And currently, we're looking at also the applications for increasing our air emissions license. Because remember, with 3 tipplers coming on board now, it gives us the opportunity for building redundancy. So our older tipplers, we can modernize now, tippler 1, then tippler 2, and then eventually it gives us the opportunity to run a 3 tippler system, right? And also what's important is the sense of capacity it creates from trying to manage your yard space as well, okay? What's important on this project as well is the way that it operates from a control room environment, okay? So operate the diagnostics on the system that we implemented. There's no more doing fault finding with a multimeter and a schematic and trying to route these things. The system is fully capabilized with onboard diagnostics. It refers you immediately where the problem area is, together with CCTV. So in the control room, when some fault or any alarms come up, CCTV cameras are also activated to that area to show exactly what's happening in that area. So we're very proud of the new technology we implemented. So Oscar, we've got the full capabilities to actually do more. What's important as well, with the redundancy we're going to build, when we start with tippler 1, we're also diversifying our terminal for handling manganese as well. So remember, there's a lifespan for iron ore. Now, recently the market says, when would iron ore last till? But we were ahead of the game to say we also got a demand for manganese. So we're currently also trying to capacitate the terminal to handle manganese as well. So we've got 3 tipplers, and the idea is obviously the MPT side that Oscar was talking about is the idea is for tippler 1 to start feeding the MPT terminal from a tipping point of view with wagons. So that business case is already en route, so we're trying to finalize that. So there's a lot of dynamic things that we need to do in iron ore terminal. That's our cash cow, and we are protecting that environment for South Africa itself, for both commodities. Thanks, colleagues.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Dean and Oscar. Indeed, multi-purpose terminal. Tippler 3, very exciting. And throughput is king. That's what it's all about. Very interesting happening in our space. TFR and private operators coming into play. I think that's a very interesting time in our lives in South Africa. Excuse me. Ladies and gents, so last but not least, let's just get to this slide here. Right, we've got Mr. Alvin Gulzar. He's the Executive Manager, Information and Communications Technology at Transnet Port Terminals, and he's going to talk to us today. Thank you very much, Alvin.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Like introduced, I'm Alvin Gulzar, the head of ICT for Transnet Port Terminals. So to crush the myth, right, that my job is easy, I know I don't run operations directly, but indirectly I make it happen. Who knows GSM Arena, the website? Okay, some of you in the room. It was a website that we used 5-10 years ago when we wanted to actually purchase our new cell phone. It gave you the specifications of the phone as well as comparisons to different phones. It was easy back then because the number of cellular technologies out there was limited. Today, you don't use GSM Arena by the first choice. You first got to identify what are the features you want, and then go and choose that subset of technologies in terms of cellular technology out there. So that's done. Second thing, Lance, AI era is here. You can't run away from it. And where it changes the landscape of ICT is that in the era of AI, the technology around that has changed. The redevelopment of the data centers that now use the technologies to be able to give you that capability of AI. They're consuming all the chipsets, all the memory in the market. So what has happened? The cost of IT infrastructure has increased by 500%. Again, let's reimagine how IT of tomorrow is going to be. How are we going to be able to afford it? There you'll find in part of my presentation today will be the migration of the transition from on-premise locally hosted data centers to data centers that are already established. How you take away those operational costs that to manage and maintain those data centers needs to be now moved to cloud migration platforms. So at the core of anything, Transnet has over 12,000 kilometers of fiber networks. That's massive across South Africa. We need to be able to stabilize that environment in order for us to have a core that provides communication that we spoke about earlier on. And in that, we've done some work already. We're still getting there. The journey hasn't completed yet. But in terms of some of the achievements, in terms of modernizing the core environment, we've built in the redundancy within the environment. We've also got a third layer of redundancy that's coming on board. We're basically on the finalization of the last procurement event to have a third link to provide us connectivity between our ports and our terminals. The SD-WAN, which is a software design network that we are now controlling and managing our networks using software, not necessarily always having someone to go out to site to see which switch is down or which router is down. The fiber assessments from the port perspective, we've completed the assessments, and now we are busy with the design work to be able to replace those aged fiber that we have in our environment. And then we're also looking at the data center consolidation, because it's not practical to run data centers across all our ports and across distributed environments. Also to look at how do we then start to utilize the capabilities of cloud platform to transform our business. So in the diagram there, you will also see, in Johannesburg and Cape Town, our master cloud platform, which is Microsoft Azure. But then you also have the Transnet on-prem data center, which is built with AI capabilities, hosted in Johannesburg, Gauteng, as well as in Durban. In the highlights in terms of what we've done, like we mentioned, the initial one is about the stabilization of the networks. I mean, Tipo will attest, in terms of his networks in Richards Bay being down every week. Now that's a thing of the past, because we've made sure from a modernization perspective, we've modernized and we replaced all the switches within his environment. We've now also created the alternate links that joins Richards Bay to the Durban hub. So then your downtime from a national perspective is now eliminated from Richards Bay. That also then forms the foundation. In order for you to utilize cloud platform technologies, you've got to have a stable network. So therefore that forms that basis of it. And as TPT, we've now started the journey to migrate to cloud platform. So we will talk about Navis in a while, but that's one of our first applications that we are looking to rebuild the upgrade fully on a cloud hosted platform. In terms of the digitalization and transformation, there's a lot of activities that are still sitting very manually or paper-based driven in the operations. And our intention is to make sure that we provide some system that has system of record of information as well. So it's not necessarily just a paper-based thing that gets lost somewhere. We have tracking records of it. The aspect of DNA, which is the last item on the page there, it's your data and analytics platform. We are rich in data. We have lots of data within our platform, but they are siloed. They sit in operational systems or in MIS systems that does not talk to each other. To make decisions on business, you need the collaborative platforms where you interconnect all of this data together to be able to make that informed decisions. So the data analytics platform is already underway. We've built the cloud-hosted environment already. We started to already ingest the data within it. And our business intelligence dashboard that some of you most probably would be seeing through the communications comes via that platform. So we've already started to see some benefit from the operational perspective on it. But what that does is it now brings us to something new, which touches you as end users, customers of Transnet. It's a platform called PulseNet. In the previous engagement that I had at Transport Forums, and I think previous two, we spoke about an app called Spotlight. Spotlight is your mobile app that gives you insights into Transnet, or into TPT rather. What we've done is now we've taken this and said, not everyone's necessarily going to be using the mobile device. And there's more information you gather when you're sitting in front of a PC rather than on a phone. So PulseNet is the web-enabled front end for you to be able to now interact with Transnet. It has more capabilities than Spotlight. Spotlight is only one of the features of it. So to find this, you can go onto our transnet.net website, go under Transnet Port Terminals, and on the top right, you will find a link called PulseNet. Register there. I'll take you through a little bit later on more about that. So that gives you the communication between yourselves and ourselves from a digital perspective. Service design is an internal solution that we're looking to work with, whereby we basically looking at the planning environment and we're saying how, because we had a complementary port system, how do we look at the inefficiencies or some challenges or issues that we most probably find in a vessel operation that will impact the next port? So it helps us to then better plan the oncoming vessel in the next port, as well as then to also inform the trucking fraternity or the customers of any delays that will come around. So it gives us that insight and that full visibility in terms of operational efficiencies from a planning perspective. And then the one right on top, artificial intelligence. So remember that comes in with the base that you have enough data to be able to make informed decisions. And then you build the models to be able to understand the history of what was happening so that it can predict what happens in the future. If I go back to some of the highlights, in the past two presentations, I spoke about our SAP S/4HANA migration, and therefore I didn't include it in this one. Just counted to say that we've done our first financial year end, and we're running successfully on that solution. I think that was our big test. Whilst we could test the month ends to say that it was effective, the true test was at the financial year end, and the system is running well. The next system in terms of Comtrack, which Oscar alluded to. So Comtrack is our bulk terminal operating system. It runs in the Port of Richards Bay as well as in the Port of Saldanha. So Port of Saldanha, we've been running version 3, which was also an older version of the solution. But in order for us to modernize and to move forward with, we had to move to version 4. Version 4 also then gave us, it was actually a precursor to ensuring that Tipler 3 goes live. Because the integration between the tipplers, the ship loaders, the SCADA systems, and Comtrack as the planning and monitoring system above it was paramount. And therefore, we need to make sure that that integration capability was available for us to go live with. PulseNet again, we've got currently the features and capabilities within the environment is the Durban car terminal or car vessel pre-plans. You will see that on Spotlight integration. So everything that you see in Spotlight will be on PulseNet. Flexible queries. You now have the ability to be able to do flexible querying in the system. Before you had to put in a container number manually. You had to put in a truck number manually. Now you can have system-to-system integration whereby you can use your IT teams that want to integrate with us directly to be able to get information out of Spotlight. The Eastern Cape vessel pre-plan rollout is currently in progress as we're busy with. And the other aspect that we're dealing with that's still to come is the OEM integration, right? We spoke about the maintenance. We spoke about the ability to get parts effectively and efficiently from our OEMs. That integration is going to be a system-to-system integration. So whereby we do not need to manually call the supplier and ask him to provide us parts. Also, we have the visibility of what's on the stock hold between what's in Transnet versus what's at the OEM space. The PPECB, perishables goods. We've been engaging with the PPECB forum, especially in Cape Town, in terms of how do we then start to integrate these solutions so we can have visibility of data. So that work has already started again. We've had the integration points developed, and now we are looking to actually start developing and implementing it. And the last one, which is for everyone, would be API subscriptions. This means that we will now expose information and data through what we call secure layers of integration in IT. And that means all customers, OEMs, trucking fraternities and all will be able to then tap into that to be able to extract information without having to go physically to our websites or our portals. On the GCOS side, GCOS phase 3 program is still continuing, and we hope to conclude that by the end of this year. So that's your general cargo, break bulk, automotive environment, terminal operating system that we utilize. The team is going to be busy this year envisaging what the next version 4 for GCOS would be. So that's, again, the transformative nature to say, what are we going to be doing with GCOS going forward? Navis, again, we spoke about Navis and Salim presented that we're going to be busy this year. We're looking at an upgrade of Navis this year to Navis 4.0. We're currently on version 3.7. But Navis 4.0, again, is going to come through built on a cloud platform. It'll be the first that we were going to be doing as Transnet, especially running a multi-facility over this platform. But also with that, we have now looking to sign off. We're concluding the procurement event in terms of a managed services. So we're supplementing our teams internally with the capabilities of Navis from an international perspective. So they're providing that additional technology support for the skills and technologies that we do not understand at this point, but also to transfer the skills internally. Also, we're also looking at some of the key features in terms of the optimization, which our business will then define and look to bring in those key advanced features that Navis has that we currently do not have in the environment. And I think the last one is around the DNA platform, where we created a medallion architecture where we have data that goes through various layers of cleansing, repurposing for the different types of platforms. While you most probably have raw data that gives you your operational reports, the second layer which gives you business insight, and then the third layer that actually gives you predictive and analytics. So tactical never goes away, because whilst you have legacy systems, you still need to be able to maintain, manage, and upgrade it, right? So the network stability is something that we will constantly work on because we're changing platforms a lot. The other one that we're bringing into the environment is operational Wi-Fi. So that gives us the capability to move away from old technologies such as narrowband, but also to bring in things like 5G technologies that will then support remote operations. So you heard today about remote operations, you heard about AI, you heard about the visibility of data, and how equipment needs to be interconnected. But one of the things that we're also dealing with, especially when you're going to move up onto the transformative area, would be how do we get insights of our machinery out there? Because the insights in the machinery will help us in terms of conditional monitoring. So we'll be able to understand when should our machines be serviced, when do we anticipate a machine to break down or a part in the machine to break down. We'll start to understand, is it human behavior that's actually causing breakdowns? Or will we understand that there's defective products or something that's actually being utilized very hard? So that insights there will then, from conditional monitoring, give us better windows in terms of taking machines out for servicing. So industry will know upfront, ahead of time. Also depend on Dean's fleet plan, whether we're going to be able to supplement that by rotating things around. And the entire thing from a Transnet perspective, again, is how do we run the business through data, right? AI will then be that enabler at some point. And on the last part, in terms of the growth, whilst we now cleansing the data and making the data more readily available, there's an opportunity in terms of data monetization as to where we're going to actually be able to sell these insights and this data into the industries. I think we are working a little bit with Western Cape government on some of these initiatives around looking at the entire logistics supply chain and making data that's available to them. But then there's also obviously comes at some cost because we are hosting collaborative platforms. And then the last one in terms of the AI and the machine learning is to look at the digital twins within our environment. So the digital twin, like Dean mentioned initially, in terms of the SCADA platform that we have for Tipler, where you can see everything in a control room. The digital twins follows the same concept, whereby we model the entire plant on a virtual screen. And at any point in time, you get to see those deviations, you get to see those breakdowns, you get to see the actual running of the plant and its equipment. So then you can actually at real time address any challenges and issues that we have out there. So in fact, even on the SCADA side, right, the technology and the platform that we're using, especially on the Tipler 3 side, it has that. It uses telemetry and sensory information to be able to provide that information and that insights for us. And that's the collaboration that we are busy with at the moment. Remote operations, while we spoke about the safety from the wind perspective, we also look at it from the people's perspective. Because remember, the guy having to work up there with those environmentals, being able to have to look down, it's constantly his back is bent forward, looking at the bottom of the hull, take him away from all the carbon monoxide of the vessels that are actually burning those the diesel, whatever. You're now moving him to a safer environment. That means you're not just looking at the safety part, but you're looking at him from a physical wellness perspective. And also, I think the challenge that I have here is that I have a mixed gen of staff that work in the business and how to be able to complement. So that is why legacy will not necessarily go away too quickly. And my job is to ensure that I keep modernizing it whilst I still build the capacity and the capability to advance the technology. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the slide, colleagues. I think I went through it in terms of what we're going to go through. So PulseNet in a quick view for you, my marketing slide. It's the customer and container and automotive tracking. The desktop access to Spotlight, basically. The end-to-end cargo visibility that you get to see. We also give you the weather insights. So you know at every port what's the weather looking like. So if you want to work in Port of East London and a vessel is coming from Durban, you can most probably say, what's my weather in Durban, and will the vessel in Durban actually complete in time before it's going to come to me? We have live vessel operations. So just like you got Google Maps, you can now see a Google Map image of the entire coastline, and it'll show you all the vessels that are on there using a pin. And you can click and you can zoom into the port. It'll show you all the berths, and it'll show you which vessels are on the berth in a graphical view. And then from there, it'll actually give you the insights in terms of the statistics of that vessel operation in the port. That's already there. And it's free. This is free. It's free for now. I still got to work in tandem with the policies and the regulations of Transnet. I may be IT, but I've got to follow business rules. No. Yeah. So colleagues, again, like I mentioned, it's on our Transnet website. You guys can register for it free, and you will get the insights into Transnet, right? But like I said, we're expanding the platform, and this will be the basically the central hub of collaboration with Transnet from a digital perspective. We're building everything within this platform. And then on service design, okay, I cover that. So colleagues, I think that's basically it. In terms of the closing remarks, yeah, we have an intermangled, a whole lot of legacy and transformative activities that we're busy with. The team is coping well with it at the moment. We are leveraging off partnerships. We are leveraging off other group colleagues as well to be able to provide this. I think from our perspective, the OEMs that we are bringing in as well, we're making sure that there is capabilities within the country to be able to leverage that off. The contract system that we went live with in Saldanha Bay has a South African representative that's appointed to do that. So we're bringing the skill sets back in. With the Nava solution that we currently have, we have a on-site resident contractors that sit with our department, so we know sure they are there. So from our perspective as ICT as well, we also look at it from the social perspective to make sure that there is in-country skilling and upskilling of our employees as well as the people in the country to be able to handle and do these things for us. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alvin. This was great. You know, I embarked on IT a little bit myself in my previous life. So listening to you, I'm breaking out in cold sweat to listen to all the stuff you need to do, you know. It's not, IT is a very intense thing. The front end is not the same thing than the back end, and they not necessarily talk to each other and all that type of thing. So thank you for sharing this with us. Ladies and gents, so we're now going to do a panel discussion, but I've twisted Willie's arm, and I want to say thank you to Willie Kutsia from Transnet for actually helping us putting this event together. Willie, thank you very much for all the work you've been doing. Without him, it would have been possible, I can assure you. And so he's taken some of the questions already, and Willie now just agreed that he'll help me facilitating the panel discussion. So we're going to actually, Willie suggested that we're going to bring some of the panelists to the podium and then address some questions to them, because we've now got the questions in advance. But I will back Willie up with the camera and the microphone there. Should some of you want to ask a question, I'll approach you with the camera, and then you can ask your question so that the people on online, YouTube and Zoom also can see and hear you. So Willie, thank you very much. I'm going to prepare a little bit, give him the camera, the microphone. And Willie, thanks. I hand over the podium to you.
Okay, I think, thanks, Harry, for the hospital pass. I think that's what you call it. Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is just to structure the questions a little bit more and focus it. That's why we asked that you send questions before the time. So we've actually forwarded the questions that we received, some from here, some from outside, to the different executives that presented. So you off the hook, luckily, Lance. That's a good news. Everybody happy with all your stats? There's not enough AI in there, so. So I think the way to just focus, we've got questions, and we'll start with Ol, and then Salim, and so on. We'll go through the room and try and structure the questions together then. So it'll be easier to handle it that way. So let's start with Ol. There's a question from Hans Modepane. Is Hans here? Here's Hans. Okay. Did you just want to ask your question, and Ol will answer that one?
Do I repeat it? So typing it
just be short and
okay.
to the point.
All right. So the first question, El, was around the auto terminal. I think it's quite commendable that we've been able, or the terminal has been able to exceed the design capacity. I think if we look at the numbers this year, or the previous financial year, you had close to 700 over 520. That's nearing 33%. And then I think you did mention that it all had to do with the re-engineering of logistics and customer behavior more than anything in terms of the dwell times. But one can concede that, at that stretch, obviously there's some operational duress and capacity bottlenecks. So for that to be sustainable, of course, one would have to consider, physical investment in capacity. Of course, I saw in one of the slides suggested by Lance that maybe redirecting some of the transshipments to the Eastern Cape, and I think I saw that in the East London presentation. But the question there was, is there any plans in the medium to maybe long term to increase the capacity for the terminal to make it a little bit more sustainable? Maybe, yeah, I think that was just for El. Thanks.
Thanks, I'll grab it. Oh.
Well, thank you, Willie. Hans, a very important question. Given that, we have been able to, through business process reengineering, been able to increase the capacity through those improvements. It's certainly not the end state for the long term. The long term is certainly to invest and to expand the facility from the current 520 that is designed based on the parameters and the characteristics of the supply chain. If you look at those parameters and the dwell days, it brings up to 520. We've been able, closer in collaboration with the supply chain partners, in order to, in actual fact, adjust those dwell days to get the benefit and to increase the throughput. However, the plans that are strategically in place to increase the capacity for the long term, that keeps track with the OEM growth plans as well, is to, by 2031, is to have a facility that can handle and expand it to 1 million FBUs. So that will expand the physical footprint of the terminal. I must qualify that that there's further opportunity. If you look at the profile in terms of how it is that how vehicles are actually received into the terminal and how it is that vessels arrive into or at the port of Durban. The first week to first 2 weeks of the terminal, we virtually have very few volumes that is coming through. In actual fact, are not utilizing it. A lot of what has been achieved is actually achieved through the last 2 weeks of the month. So what is the true capability and capacity of the terminal that we can unlock? So we are pushing that boundaries. Our highest record, the highest that we've handled, is 77,000 FBUs per month. So if you do the translation over a 12-month period and we repeat that, and you are right, as you indicated, there's a lot of pain in it in terms of very precision planning. It takes us to 928,000. I think that's the numbers we've done. And that's including the disruptions, how vessels arrive, wind, and the inherent prevailing conditions that we operate in. So then ask the question in terms of, at what stage do you actually invest in? Current indications are if you in actual fact expand the footprint and infrastructure, you're looking at a cost estimate of about 3 billion rand. So, we're looking at it in terms of what is it that we require before we in actual fact do that investment. Do we extract exactly what is there that's available in the facility together with the partners? What we are finding structurally, the OEMs, carriers are not quite aligned to a facility that actually fact needs to support that throughput. So we've got to rejig the supply chain. It's very difficult. It's a very complex one because every OEM produces vehicles based on demand, models, and you try and bring that through. And the disruptor in all of that is the EVs now because there's not enough carriers to move all of these units around. So there's a preference for EVs and for distribution of EVs to markets and actual fact that are growing. So it's difficult actually to get your normal internal combustion engine type of vehicles onto these vessels. Thanks.
Thanks. Another quick one for you from Bongani in Ndlovu around Saldanha MPT, Cape Town MPT, about the possibility of repurposing and so everything we discussed yesterday around. Here's a question specifically. Bongani is here. Let me just check.
It might be online.
Online.
Oh, no. There's Bongani.
There you go. Oh, my neighbor. Cape Town MPT.
Oh, Cape Town MPT. Is this loud enough?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Greetings to everyone. I'm Bonani Ndlovu. I'd asked 3 questions. I'll go for the Cape Town MPT one. Perhaps. Okay, perfect. I'll focus on the Cape Town for now. So we've learned of the new precinct that is coming in MPT Cape Town. We are presently one of the players in MPT, and part of the commodities that we're dealing with, it will seem like they will be affected. So we just wanted to understand what's the strategy from Transnet to assist in repurposing such customers who've been there for a long time in going either as BOP or other part of divisions of Transnet where maybe there's old infrastructure like in TE which is not being utilized for now, to see if such BOP facilities can be utilized. I think I'll leave it at that for now without giving much detail, and yeah, otherwise we can touch base after this. Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, Bongani, so in keeping with that, as the C's indicated, it's intentional on our side as Transnet, and as part of our strategy to follow the process in terms of selecting partners, one that can operationally and also commercially in the long term allow us to transform our assets that they're economically profitable and financially viable. And on the back of that is that we're able to meet the demands of the economy in terms of the commercial volumes that needs to move through the terminals, but in an efficient manner. So when we look at the repurposing of these assets, we will follow a joint investment partner selection process. So it's not something that we just sit in a boardroom and we decide, well, what's the next best profitable commodity. The joint investment selection process is very comprehensive in terms of what it is that we would look for in a partner that we would like to partner with, whether it's capability, whether it's skill, could be funding that we are looking for. following that particular process. And then there's a commercial growth for both parties, but also, like you said, for legacy customers, because it's certainly not our intention to push out the anchor customers that work through a port and that is built up a business around the port. Remember, you also have there's employment in the business and sectors that you do have, and our intention is not necessarily to move away from them and impact your business negatively. But there's a port as part and parcel of the port master plan. The commodities and sectors that service through the Port of Cape Town will certainly be taken care of. Thanks.
No, that's it. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Salim, the questions on the Eastern Cape about NMET. There's two questions on NMET. The one around the one around the 5K conveyor belt from the CDC. And I'm not sure who asked that. Was it you as well, Hans? Okay. So Bongani was the one that asked it. Okay, maybe just ask that question.
Sorry, it's Bonani, not Bongani. Yes, thank you. Yes, and my apologies. Maybe I didn't introduce myself well. I didn't ask. I'm not asking many questions because I just want to ask. We have operations in Richards Bay, in PE, as well as in Cape Town. So each one of these questions are specifically targeted on some of the pain points that we're currently experiencing there, and some of the wins that we've heard over the years. So to the question, Mr. I think it's Salem.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, yes. So we're one of the players in the Port of Nguga. We are actually at CTC Zone 5. So part of the commodities that we are bringing in, we are currently tracking them. It's about 5-6 kilometers. But in the long run, we intend putting in a conveyor belt system that will reduce tracking on the road. And also, obviously, from an environmental point of view, we believe it will be friendly. We've been engaging, and we believe through what has been presented under R4G that perhaps an opportunity can be provided at maybe strategic leadership levels, not operationally, where this can be pitched, and we can see ways in which we can perhaps add value working together with Transnet. So we just wanted to understand the entry point. How do we come in? We are already in the space for the past 7 years that we're operating there in CDC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe let's start when you say you're in the space, what space are you in? Which commodity? And it'll be a lot easier.
We are Simza. I'm sure you know Simza.
Yeah, commodity?
Cement.
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 Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
So I think, look, the RFP, etc., will determine the playbook for the NMET. But in relation to that, we do have CCP, but the PSP, we actually want to make it quite clean in what it stands for by the commodity. If there's opportunities, I mean, there's always the open door to engage. And that's what we talk about, customer collaboration or a level of intent that you submit. And obviously that will be then taken into consideration. I can't give you answers on that, but I can give you answers on the policy and the processes. Thanks.
Thanks. And then just the other questions about the idea of consolidating all the commodities from PE, from East London and everywhere.
Yeah, I think let's look at what MNET is meant to do and deliver. It's there to deliver a clean, efficient, and effective point, but it's not to say that we're shutting down all corridors. I think it's in a phased approach on how it moves, and if we look at where we're positioned now on the demand, as I mentioned, just as TPT, between Saldanha and the Eastern Cape, we averaging about 22 million tons. If you bring in private sector, it's another 4, which is 26. We're building a facility for 16. So that obviously gives you the answer. on how we're looking at it, and we're not the authority. We're just driven by ensuring that we provide efficient and sort of safe emission plant, but the other corridors will be based on a phased approach and how we look at it. Whether we expand, and it's also a bit too early, but it's about the investment on what NNet would then look like. But there's opportunities for expansion of that into a 22 as well. I hope that answers. Thanks.
Then if we could move on to SIPO, that's thanks. So you off off the hook for now. I didn't get the name, but what's the shareholder relationship between SA Coal Owners Association and TPT, if any? And secondly, the governance reforms are needed. What governance reforms are needed and currently in place to prevent past retrospective contracting from next year onwards?
No, thank you. So perhaps maybe just to respond to the first question directly, I'm not aware of any relationship with the coal miners. In relation to the second question, so look, appreciating the challenges that we experienced at the previous contracting period, particularly in relation to coal, I'm assuming the question is ring-fenced to coal. So the coal contracts that we had at the start of the Russia-Ukraine war ran for a period of 3 years. So those coal contracts came to an end in the previous financial year. However, looking at the performance again, looking at the performance for the various customers, we had to undertake certain governance procedures internally, that is. So we were aware that the contracting for that particular year, which was last year, was going to be for a singular year. Now the question is, how do we contract for the future? Now, understanding the behavior of coal as a commodity, whenever there's I would say conflict, the price surges. Moreover, the invasion of USA to the Middle East, we did see a step change in the price of coal. However, we are undergoing certain governance procedures to say how do we then contract going forward, understanding the behavioral element of this commodity. So it's not a one-stop shop in terms of responding. There are various factors we would need to consider first. Thank you.
Thanks, Sipho. Moving on to Oscar. Point to Oscar again. Two questions around one Saldanha MPT. Are there any medium long-term plans to further capacitate and improve the current ship loaders at MPT and further increase ship loader versus skip loading operations? And then second one around privatization, PSP intentions for Saldanha. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. Thank you. Thanks for the question. I have responded to the mobile ship loaders to increase it right now from 450 to 750 tons per hour. We're currently busy with that project, and we're looking forward to see that happening on the 2 mobile ship loaders. I must also mention that we are busy with a third warehouse that will increase the capacity in the port by at least 60%. So which means that from the whole stock holding in the port, we would then be able to do more conveyor mobile ship loader type. We must also understand that right now in the back of ports, that will still remain. There's a high percentage of cargo coming through. So we'll still have to do the mobile equipment, and I do foresee the warehouse will be done and commissioned by December 27. From that, it will then actually assist us to increase the mobile ship loading straight from the warehouse straight to the vessel, and that is where we will see that that percentage going up. On the private sector, we are for private sector participation. It will not be in the same manner as your NMET or your GD or your Peer 2 has gone the route. However, we're already busy with private sector participation with the assistance from private sector. Customer collaboration is also the one part that we are working head on, especially in the iron ore space. On the manganese as well, we're venturing into customer collaboration now, and we do see that is where the participation will increase during the next 2 years. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, let's move on to Dean. Charles Day, I think he's online, Harry. He's asked a couple of questions. I think he's retired now. He's got lots of time. Okay, with the technological advances being implemented by TPT, does the organization have sufficient competencies to meet future demands? Charles is in training. In growing partnerships with foreign OEMs, how's TPT accommodating BEE policy requirements and persuading those OEMs to open subsidy branches in South Africa? And given the huge amounts being budgeted for procurement, how's TPT protecting itself from wholesale corruption?
Good questions. Yeah, so very good questions. So from a technology enhancements point of view that we've demonstrated when we presented, obviously we need to maintain and sustain, right? So we already went in a phase around 2022 where we were drafting the RFI to go out to the market, and the comments that our CE engaged with in terms of partnering with the OEM. That was the transaction we did. When we partnered with the OEM, our RFI went out for those requests for information in terms of how do we close those gaps from a SD point of view, social development, economic development point of view in South Africa. When we awarded those contracts, we had all those things built into the contract. So with every OEM coming on board, with whatever technology advancements we do in South Africa and in our equipment, we have the OEM coupled to us in the life of the machine. So I know previously we used to buy an asset. For 2 years, we used to couple the OEM based on the defects liability period and whatever support they need to give us while we're entrenching the machine in operations. Now, the different strategy was that OEM is coupled with us for the life. So whatever technology advancements or changes they do on our machinery, they are accountable and responsible to us as well to ensure that intrinsic knowledge is passed over to our environment as well. Also, what we did in the contracts that we signed with the OEMs is the skills development part of it. We've got OEMs that started training schools within South Africa that offer those training mechanisms. And we also ensured that the OEMs train our people via the academy that we have within Transnet. So accreditation and those type of things are all in the contract. So that's how we could bridge that gap. From a governance and corruption point of view, I mean, when we embarked on these procurement strategies, it was very enhanced in terms of discipline when it comes to governance and legislative requirements. Also, my colleague on the left-hand side of me, Alvin, Transnet has evolved to digital systems. So nowhere we handle the old ways of doing procurement mechanisms where tender bids go out and you manually handle these things. These are all electronic-based systems now. And there's so intrinsic policy that governs the way we do the procurement part. It cuts out all those loopholes in terms of what we experienced previously in our procurement systems. Also, policy has changed to ensure that we mitigate of the experiences in the past. And I think around the last question, it was...
That was a governance question.
Yeah. So yeah, we fully learned from the past. We implemented systems that's more automated, and there's no gap for any tenderer or those type of people to try and latch on to those type of negatives. I think also from the requirements from a bidding process as well, it's very clear when the bids go out, and our system is, if you don't meet those criteria, you're out of the running. So that's how we cleaned up the system. Okay.
Maybe just keep the mic. The question that was directed at Sia about Richards Bay's equipment, the customer collaboration, that type of question from Rio Tinto, Sia. Came from Sia, sorry, was directed at SIPO. I would be interested in knowing your plans for sourcing additional equipment, loading resources. As stakeholders, we've been sourcing equipment on behalf of TPT. So this customer collaboration, how does it work?
Yeah, so customer collaboration, I mean, I can explain on the era some of the equipment that we shown up on the screen earlier that was delivered. I mean, at a phase during the period, I mean, someone brought up the issue around 2023 when we had that whole congestion in Durban, and we had to fast track the stability of the terminals in terms of critical equipment required. We now got a customer collaboration policy which was approved by group. There's a process that we do undergo it. But in terms of the transaction that we do, I mean, we've got that avenue open for customer collaboration where if there's a dire need in terminals and customers can assist, we've got a governing policy that can allow customers to come in to assist us. And we have streamlined the policies. Like, for example, we created a policy that was approved by Treasury. We are a state-owned company that talks about revenue-generating initiatives. So those things fast-tracks our initiatives to ensure we can actually collaborate with the customer and actually procure in a safe manner as well.
To Elvin? Java, you want to put?
Yeah, sorry. Just to add to the two previous questions, Dina, we also have with the OEMs that encourage them to buy locally, to source locally. And number two is we are identifying components that can be manufactured locally so that they can bring that to the South Africa, and it can be manufactured here and for the supply to the other neighboring countries as well. On the second one, in terms of I think it's an important question, in terms of we are spending a lot of money. And I think Transnet has been, Transnet has been in the news for corruption, especially when we are procuring equipment. So we undertook an extensive process in terms of going through to identify the OEMs and ensuring that there is a proper, there was an RFQ, a process. Eventually, we ended up with the ones that we've contracted with for a long-term contracts. But over and above that, I think it's also important to state that we've been embarking on an extensive investigations in our SCM processes using the forensic investigators. Forensic investigators. As part of that, we've now reached a point where we've received the report, we've gone through the legal processes. As of last month, we've requested the GCE to have 8 or 9 companies blacklisted who were colluding with some of our employees. And on our side, we also, we do dismiss those employees. As soon, of course, as the names of those companies, as soon as they are blacklisted, because that is with the National Treasury, we'll make that public. And the blacklisting that we are seeking, of course, is that they should not be able to do any business with any public institution. Because the damage that they are doing and that they've done to Transnet and TPT is quite huge. And it's an ongoing process. We will never claim that it can be cleaned in one, the system can be cleaned in one process, but we'll continue doing that. And I think we look to partners that will do business with us in an honest manner. Because it's not only just the Transnet employees that are corrupt. For someone to be corrupt, there must be someone that is willing to corrupt them. So it's something that we are taking quite seriously. We spoke about the Tipla 3 project, for example. And again, there is extensive forensic investigations, and we are working very closely with the SIU. On our own with we've discovered a huge overpayments, and we are at the stage now where we've completed the processes and we are seeking recovery of millions of rands, hundreds of millions of rands from some of the contractors there. So it's something that I know it's a question that was asked, but something that we're not taking lightly. And we are cognizant that while we think investment and enabling the economy, there are people that see an opportunity, for malfeasance. But it's something that we'll be addressing. Thank you.
Thanks, Java. Yeah, I think that's so important, and the fact that we're taking it so seriously, I think, and not this is a platform where we can communicate about that. So thanks, Elvin. Lastly, we're on 1 o'clock and on lunch.
Must be quick.
No, it's quick. It's the 3 questions. One around Charles Day training. Do we have sufficient competencies to meet the future demands? Second question around cyber attacks. Is there any news and updates? And lastly, around Starlink and other opportunities.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. So the first one around the skills perspective from a technology advancements point of view. Like I mentioned, we got the legacy which we're keeping, but we're also looking to be able to advance the technologies. So what we've done in this space thus far is, especially in the advancement of technologies, is we started to use a lot of graduate students, bringing them into the environment, grooming them in terms of working in the business side, because they come with the technical skills and the technical learnings. Of that, in the last year, we've already basically employed, took them on full time in terms of the young professionals in training. There most probably was around 7 of them that we took on. The previous years was another 3, and before that there was another 5. So we are complementing the different age gaps again by bringing in the youngsters that can bring in the new types of technology. Over and above that, we make use of contracting resources because, again, when you are sitting long enough in an organization, you must probably become comfortable in the tool set that you're working with, and you don't bring in any innovation and advancements. So by bringing in contracting resources that complement the teams, they work with the new types of technologies, and then they implement that within the environment. So those are the 2 things we work with. And then the third one is where we bring in OEMs, and we have the OEMs that basically work with the teams to be able to deploy new technology or new modules within our technology stack, as well as then to transfer those skills to the internal teams. So the capacity is always not going to be there internally, but that's the reason why we bring in the contracted or the outsourced resources to complement the teams. The second one around the cybersecurity, I think, the last issue that we had as Transnet, the one good thing from a TPT perspective is that we've lost 0 data, and zero of our data was actually compromised to go out. And I think we were one of the fastest companies in the world that actually recovered from it because we had good policies and processes in place. But it also then helped us to enhance the environment, because with enhancing the environment, we now put in security first in terms of one of our pillars. So whilst we saw a 3-pillar R4G, from an ICT perspective, we have a 7-pillar that actually keeps IT afloat and alive. So we now gone to this concept of DevSecOps, development using security and then operations. So anything we build thus far will have security in the fore of the mindset. And I think on the last one around the Starlink. So when TPT or Transnet actually goes to any type of new technology, we've obviously followed the procurement processes where we go out into the open market and we give everyone a fair opportunity. The thing that we look for specifically is what is the requirement for our business and not necessarily the technology itself. If your technology meets the requirement, and if you have the right use cases in our type of industry or in port environments, then you stand a running chance. Because at the end of the day, again, we are using the taxpayers' money to run operations, and we cannot invest a lot of money that could potentially bring in challenges. And that is why we say there's use cases out there that you've actually deployed solutions on, and through the procurement event, you will then be one of the candidates that could potentially get that award. We're not prescriptive of the technology itself. Thanks.
Thanks, Harry. There was a few more Pumi Matswais and one in Beseringstyd. But I think in terms of time, can we maybe close it here, Pumi, with your permission, and then we'll respond on that individually. And the guys that I missed as well, we've got the questions and we will respond. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you so much, Willie. Just want to put this down here. So I think it's appropriate now that we give a big hand to our panelists and the excellent speakers for sharing the knowledge today. We've learned a lot and we're looking forward to a beautiful future and the improved South Africa and a profitable Africa and a connected Africa. So thank you very much for that, or South Africa. We're going to say goodbye now to our online audience. Thank you very much for joining in, and we look forward to seeing you again at the next event. Focusing on us in the room, important things to happen now, and the first one now is the lucky draw that you might be winner of this family puzzle of 1,000 pieces. And please, the panelists, if you